Good afternoon, distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, comrades, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Habari za msichana, guten tag, bon après-midi, tusanyiza okubalaba. A very warm welcome to all of you. My name is Herbert Kafero. I serve at Siatini as the Deputy Executive Director, and it's my privilege to yet again serve as the Master of Ceremonies for this very important engagement and celebration. Before we begin, I would like to make a confession, and the confession is I genuinely enjoy attention. So as your MC today, I will gladly receive all the attention you can and you're willing to offer. But in return, I promise to make this a very professional and joyous celebration. It deserves that. Ladies and gentlemen, together we gather for a truly historic moment, and we are celebrating Siatini at 30. What a milestone, what a journey, what an organization, what a celebration. And all this has been possible because of a powerful vision, a strong and confident Africa in world trade. That's our vision. We have a mantra, which is strengthening Africa in world trade, and a vision, which is and a mission, which is looking at strengthening stakeholders' capacity to effectively influence trade, fiscal, investment, and investment-related policies for sustained equitable development and improved livelihoods in the East African region and Africa at large. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly recognize and welcome our special guests. First, I would like to warmly welcome Professor Ezra Suruma, who is a distinguished economist and Thank you. He's a distinguished economist and a former Minister of Finance, Republic of Uganda. I would also like to recognize that Professor Ezra Suruma is representing the Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, the Prime Minister Emeritus of Uganda and Special Envoy for Special Duties in the Office of the President of Uganda. I would like to also recognize and welcome Professor Yash Tandon, who is the founder of Siatini, who joins us virtually, together with his family, including Comrade Vivek and Comrade Nidi Tandon. And if Professor Yash Tandon is online, Professor Yash, we warmly welcome you, and we're glad to have you. And today, we celebrate not only an organization, but a vision, and that vision has Professor Yash Tandon's fingerprints deeply embedded in it. We recognize his intellectual leadership, his courage in challenging conventional thinking, and his lifelong contribution to Africa's development discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also proceed and welcome and also recognize comrades, including the panelists that we'll be having today. I would like to start with Mr. Tete Homeku, who is joining us from Ghana. He's the head of programs at Third World Network Africa. And I will spare you the details for now about our relationship with Third World Network Africa, but at a later time, I know the various speakers will be able to really unpack what and how that relationship emerged and is evolving. I'd also like to especially recognize our keynote speaker, Dr. David Luke. Dr. David Luke is the director of the Firol Zilalji Institute at the London School of Economics and Political Science. But I'd also like to mention that the Firol Zilalji Institute has an attachment to Uganda because the founder, or the institute, came into existence because of support from a philanthropist who is Firol's, and he's a Ugandan of Indian origin. So that is really profound, and it's worth recognizing. A warm welcome as well to excellencies, ambassadors, representatives of diplomatic missions, members of the Siatini Board of Directors, led by our chairperson, Mr. Vincent Maiga, who is seated right there at the extreme end. Representatives of government, regional and international organizations who have joined us both physically here and also online. Development partners, and I would like to especially recognize that we have Diaconia, represented by Miss Christine Saru Ndau. And Diaconia is a great support of our work. I'd also like to recognize that we have in the room Oxfam Uganda, represented by Miss Sophie Njuba. I'd also like to recognize that in the room we have Mr. Peter Omo, who is representing the Embassy of Ireland in Uganda, a great support of our work, especially the STRIDE project, which is sustaining tax and revenue improvements for development. And that project is critical because it contributes to the DRMS2, which is the Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy of Uganda. I would like to recognize members and representatives of the academia. I'd like to recognize members of the Tax Justice Alliance Uganda. I would like to recognize former Siatini staff and current staff. Former Siatini staff, if it's not too much to ask, could you wave? Thank you. And the current staff in the room, I know you were able to recognize them at the entrance. But what I would like to mention about the Siatini family, the family is expanding. It never shrinks. So whether current or former, we are one big family, which is really a critical aspect of the spirit of Siatini. It's a truly Pan-African spirit. And I would also like to recognize members of the media present here. Thank you so much for supporting Siatini's mission, but also one thing I would like to mention about Siatini's engagement with the media, we do not engage the media as reporters. We engage the media as members of society, as actors with power to influence policy decisions. So beyond putting the issues in the public domain, it's critical to recognize that they have a key role in shaping policies, and they have truly helped us and supported that. So we welcome you. I would like to recognize all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In case I didn't mention your name, please know you are warmly welcome, and we recognize you, and thank you so very much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to warmly also recognize that today we will be graced with the presence of Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, who is the first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Community Affairs. And I would like to mention, if you see us ululating a lot, just know that we appreciate her, and this is the time for us to recognize her support for Siatini. So please forgive us if we show a lot of excitement when she's arriving. And she will also be performing a certain function, which I'll mention later. So ladies and gentlemen, your presence adds a lot of significance to this celebration. We can't celebrate without the people with whom we've walked this journey. So we are in this together. You're all most welcome. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Executive Director of Siatini, Ms. Jane Alunga, to welcome you, but also give her remarks. And I will burden her a little to also request her to invite the Chairperson, Board of Directors at Siatini. But before she makes her way, I had forgotten to recognize my bosses, board members of Siatini. Siatini Board of Directors are here. We also have in our midst the Board of Trustees, members of Siatini Board of Trustees. You're welcome, you're most welcome, and I would like to single out Ambassador Nathan Irumba. If you talk trade negotiations, Ambassador Nathan Irumba's name emerges. And if you search strong negotiators who have both the head and the neck and the legs and the full body, Ambassador Nathan Irumba is one of them. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Ms. Jane Alunga to welcome all of you, but also to deliver her remarks. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I'll be coming back. You won't miss me. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Herbert, for the welcoming remarks. Our theme today is advancing Afrocentric alternatives for equitable and sustainable development. So I would like to welcome you, all of you, to this celebration. I would like, first of all, to recognize in absentia, but she's coming, the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Community Affairs, and she's our distinguished guest of honor. We'd like also to recognize Professor Ezra Sruma, distinguished economist and former Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development of Uganda, he is representing himself, but also representing Right Honorable Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda, Prime Minister Emeritus of Uganda and Special Envoy for Special Duties in the Office of the President. I also like to recognize Professor Yash Tandon. He's online, founder of Siatini, who is joining us virtually together with his family, Vivek Tandon and Nidhi Tandon. We warmly welcome you and deeply appreciate Professor Tandon's visionary leadership, scholarship, and enduring contribution to Africa's development agenda. I would also like to recognize Dr. Dave DeLuc, Director of the Firenze Lalage Institute for Africa at the London School of Economics, and he's our keynote speaker. I would also like to recognize excellencies, ambassadors, and representatives of diplomatic missions. I would like to recognize my bosses, members of the Siatini Board of Directors and Siatini Board of Trustees, who are led by our chairperson, Mr. Vincent Maiga. I also like to recognize the comrades with whom we have been in this struggle. There are many, because as Siatini, we are members of networks, alliances, coalitions, there are many. But I would like to single out some of them, not all of them. We have Dr. Stefano. Thank you so much for the entire journey we have walked together, for being there for us as Siatini and for me. Tete, I was requesting Tete to stand up and he was saying, no, Tete. Tete Homeku is a friend, is a brother, he's a comrade. And we have been together in the struggle for a long, long time. I remember I met Tete in it was before the Seattle battles of 1999. We were very young, he was handsome, I was beautiful, very energetic. And this struggle has really taken a toll on us, but we are still in the struggle. I also want to say a few words about Third World Network, because he comes from an organization called Third World Network Africa. Siatini and Third World Network Africa, we call them twin siblings because they were formed at the same time. in Singapore at the same time. And we carved out the continent, We carved out the continent. TWN Africa took Western, North and Western Central Africa. Siatini took over Southern and Eastern Africa. That's why we are called Siatini. But our mission, our vision, our ideology is exactly the same. So what we did was to come up with the Africa Trade Network, which joins the entire Africa together of organizations working on trade issues. Their comrades, I would like to thank Percy Makombe. Percy is a long-time friend. He was working with Siatini in the Zimbabwe office as a deputy director, but because of the challenges in Zimbabwe, he moved on. But he's still Siatini in spirit and has traveled all the way from Johannesburg to come and be with us here. Thank you so much. Herbert has recognized a number of our partners whom I see here, Nancy, Christine, Peter, all of you, you are most welcome. And we do appreciate that support which has enabled us to travel all this journey. There are other comrades whom I won't say by name, but I welcomed you individually, most of you. You are really, really most welcome, and we value the partnership, our partnership for over the 30 years. I also would like to recognize representatives of the academia, the private sector, the media. All of you, you are most welcome. I wish I could say name by name. Julius, most welcome. Henry. These are the people who have been in the struggle, Charlton, for a long time. And that's why we call each other comrade. A comrade is different from a friend. A friend, you can have a beer, have a Uganda Waragi together, but a comrade is a person who has your back. And that's how we have been, So when you hear calling each other comrade, because we are in the trenches together and we have each other's back. So it's my honor and privilege as director of Siatini and as your chief host today to warmly welcome you to this very special occasion as we celebrate 30 years of Siatini's contribution to advancing Africa's voice, agency, and influence in global economic governance. Allow me at this juncture to warmly welcome and recognize and appreciate our distinguished guest of honor, Right Honorable Rebecca Litwala Kadaga, for honoring us with her presence. She's coming, and for her continued support and encouragement towards Siatini's work over the years. Her commitment to advancing regional cooperation, integration, and Africa's development aspirations remain deeply appreciated. I also wish to extend our sincere appreciation to you, Professor Ezra Suruma, for honoring us by coming here and by also agreeing to represent Right Honorable Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda. We are deeply grateful for your presence and for your willingness to share in this important milestone on your own behalf and also on behalf of Right Honorable Rugunda. Today is more than an anniversary. It is a celebration of an idea, a celebration of a vision, and a collective commitment that Africa must have the knowledge, must have the confidence and must have the institutional capacity to define its own development pathways. 30 years ago, CEATIN was founded at a time when African countries were facing increasingly complex global trade negotiations and significant challenges in influencing decisions that shaped their economies and their societies. The establishment of CEATIN was based on a very powerful conviction that Africa must not only participate in global economic systems, but must also have the capacity to shape the rules, institutions, and ideas that govern those systems. Over the past 3 decades, CEATIN has remained committed to this mission. Through research, policy advocacy, training, and capacity strengthening, we have worked to make complex issues of trade, investment, finance, taxation, debt, climate governance, and global economic systems more accessible to policymakers, communities, and citizens. We have worked alongside governments, civil society, academia, communities, social movements, and partners to strengthen Africa's ability and capacity to negotiate, influence, and advance policies that place people and sustainable development at the center. Distinguished guests, the journey we celebrate today is a collective achievement. It has been made possible through the vision of our founder, Professor Yash Tandon, whose intellectual leadership and unwavering commitment to Africa's dignity, sovereignty, and knowledge systems laid the foundation upon which CEATIN was built. Professor Yash, we are deeply honored to have you with us virtually today. Your ideas have challenged generations of policymakers, researchers, and activists to ask important questions about who defines development, whose knowledge informs policy, and whether global systems truly serve the interests of all nations. Professor Yash has always stood firmly for what he believes to be right and just, guided by evidence, principle, and a deep commitment to Africa's interests. His ability to persuade others comes not only from the strength of his arguments, but also from his remarkable intellectual depth, passion, and lifelong dedication to advancing a fairer global order. Indeed, many of us have experienced that engaging with Professor Yash's ideas, one lives not only informed, but often convinced by the clarity and power of his reasoning. We thank you, Yash, for a legacy that continues to guide and inspire us. Distinguished guests, as we celebrate our past, we are equally focused on the future. Today marks the beginning of CEATIN's next strategic chapter. We are launching the strategic plan 2026 to 2030, which will guide our work over the next 5 years as we deepen our contribution to Africa's economic transformation agenda. Our future priorities will include advancing equitable trade policies, strengthening fiscal justice and responsible development financing, supporting green industrialization, promoting Africa's knowledge production, advancing digital transformation, and investing in the next generation of African policy leaders. We are also honored to launch the Yash Tandon Trade and Development Knowledge Hub, a continental platform that will preserve, expand, and share African knowledge, research, and policy ideas. This platform represents our commitment to ensuring that African voices and perspectives will continue to shape global development debates. Additionally, the Africentric Trade and Development Policy Academy will support the development of a new generation of African negotiators, researchers, and policy leaders equipped to navigate an increasingly complex global economy. Distinguished guests, the world today is undergoing profound transformation. Geopolitical tensions, climate change, technological disruption, changing trading patterns, and increasing competition over strategic resources are reshaping global economic governance. For Africa, this moment presents both challenges and opportunities. The choices we make today will determine whether Africa remains primarily a supplier of raw materials or become a continent that processes its resources, creates value, drives innovation, and builds competitive industries. Our conviction at Siatini remains clear. Africa's future must be shaped by Africa's priorities, African knowledge, and African solutions. This requires strong institutions, effective regional integration, supported by coordinated frameworks, investment in productive capacities, and partnerships that places Africa as an equal participant in shaping the global economy. Regional integration remains central to this vision. Across the East African community, the South African Development Community, and other regional blocs like ECOWAS, stronger coordination, shared policy frameworks, and collective action are essential to expanding Africa's productive capacity, strengthening intra-Africa trade, and enhancing our collective voice in global economic negotiations. As Siatini enters its next chapter, we remain committed to working with governments across Africa, including partner state governments in the East African community and in SADC, as well as regional institutions, civil society organizations, social movement coalitions, alliances, academia, the private sector, and communities to advance policies that deliver equitable and sustainable development, and which puts the people and the planet at the center of development. Distinguished guests, allow me to sincerely appreciate all those who have walked this journey with us. We thank the government of Uganda, where Siatini is based, our development partners, civil society organizations, research institutions, private sector partners, social movements, networks, our current staff members, our former staff. By the way, former staff members, could you please stand up for recognition? Okay. And also friends of Siatini across Africa and beyond. We thank you so much for your continued support and partnership. To our civil society comrades and coalition partners and allies across Africa and globally, including those who have stood with us through platforms such as the Tax Justice Alliance, Uganda, the East African Trade Network, the Africa Trade Network, the Global Alliance for Tax Justice Network Africa, the Civil Society Working Group on Investment Policy, the Civil Society Coalition on Oil and Gas, the Civil Society Financing for Development Mechanism, the Civil Society CSBAG, all these coalitions and networks. We appreciate your solidarity and collective commitment to advancing justice, equity, and sustainable development. To the Siatini team, past and present, thank you for your dedication, resilience, and commitment. Institutions are built by people, and the Siatini we celebrate today is a reflection of your passion and service. As we look ahead, we do so with renewed confidence and determination. The next 30 years will require courage, innovation, collaboration, and a continued belief that Africa can and must shape its own future. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to the Siatini at 30 celebrations and to the launch of our strategic plan. Thank you so much. Okay. I have been given another duty to invite my boss, the chairperson of the Siatini Board of Trustees, Mr. Vincent Maiga. He's also going to represent the Siatini Board of Trustees. You are most welcome, Mr. Maiga.
Thank you very much, Edie. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to skip the protocol litany, which has been comprehensively done by the MC and the ED. Good afternoon and welcome. It is my great honor as the chairperson of the Board of Directors to open this celebration of 30 years of Siatini's work in strengthening Africa's voice in world trade. I want to begin with something personal. In December 1996, I was in Singapore as Uganda's trade negotiator when Professor Yash Tandon founded this institution in the immediate aftermath of the WTO First Ministerial Conference, at a moment when African countries in particular, and the third world countries in general, were being spoken about far more often than they were listened to in the corridors of global economic governance. I witnessed that founding moment, and in the 30 years since, I have been humbled to walk alongside Siatini as it grew from that powerful conviction into the institution we celebrate today. That conviction was simple, but it was radical for its time, that Africa does not need to borrow its understanding of development from elsewhere. Our knowledge systems, our histories, and our lived realities are legitimate foundations for shaping policy and refining our development pathways. 30 years on, that conviction has proven its relevancy. Siatini has worked tirelessly to demystify complex debates on trade, investment, fiscal policy, and global economic governance. Smallholder farmers, artisanal miners, fisherfolk, women, youth, and workers, whose perspectives are too often absent from critical policy conversations. Through research, advocacy, capacity training, and strategic engagement, CEATIN has built an Africentric intellectual tradition that insists Africa's role in the global economy must move beyond dependence on raw material exports towards value addition, innovation, industrial transformation, and a sustainable development. We gather today not simply to look back, but to look forward. This afternoon, we will launch 3 things that define CEATIN's next chapter. Our strategic plan for 2026 to 2030, the Ashton Trade and Development Knowledge Hub, a fitting tribute to our founders' intellectual legacy, and a new Pan-African platform for generating alternative knowledge. The Africentric Trade and Development Policy Academy, which will train the next generation of African negotiators, policy actors, and progressive thinkers. The CEATIN Africa website, a continental digital platform designed to enhance knowledge sharing, policy engagement, research dissemination, and collaboration across Africa and beyond. We do this at a moment when the world is once again unsettled. Geopolitical tensions, fragmented multilateralism, protectionism, and a climate crisis that will not wait for us to catch up. But if CEATIN's history teaches us anything, it is that African institutions built on African thinking do not merely survive such moments. They rise to meet them. On behalf of the board, I want to thank the entire CEATIN team for their stewardship in bringing us to this milestone. I thank the government of Uganda, civil society organizations, development partners, private sector actors, media, and our long-standing collaborators across the continent and beyond for standing with us over these 30 years. I also wish to recognize and appreciate our distinguished guests, including representatives from diplomatic missions, regional and international organizations, academia, civil society, and the private sector, whose presence today reflects the importance of partnerships in advancing Africa's development agenda. And to Professor Yash Tandon, whose legacy is represented in this room and beyond, thank you for a founding vision that has outlasted every prediction of how far it could go. Ladies and gentlemen, before I formally open this celebration, allow me to introduce to you my colleagues on the board of directors of CEATIN present today. They include Professor Rose Namala, Professor Ijo, and Council Nabankema. Also allow me to introduce my bosses, the members of the Board of Trustees of CEATIN, beginning with Ambassador Nathan Irumba, who is the chairperson of the trustees, and Professor Mwambu Sandebesa. It is now my privilege to formally open the CEATIN at 30 celebrations and to invite us all into an afternoon of reflection, honest conversation, and a renewed commitment to an Africa that writes its own development story. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I kindly request you to invite the keynote.
Okay.
Maybe the keynote speaker, then we'll have the documentary. Yeah, the keynote speaker. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. have been asked to perform a humble duty to invite Dr. David Luke, Director, Firoz Raleigh Institute for Africa, London School of Economics and Political Science, to give us the keynote address.
Right Honorable Rebecca Alidona Kadaka, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Islamic and Community Affairs, the Right Honorable Dr. Ruha Kana Rugunda, Special Envoy for Special Duties, Office of the President and Prime Minister Emeritus, Dr. Ezra Suruma, Distinguished Economist and former Minister of Finance of Uganda, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, all protocols observed. Let me begin by warmly congratulating CITV on this momentous 30th anniversary. It's a milestone that deserves our fullest celebration. The African institutional landscape is unfortunately littered with civil society organizations and think tanks that were founded with noble intentions and lofty ideals only to be shot dead. For CITV to reach this decades of impactful operation is a powerful testament to the dedication of its founders and leaders. Today, I also want to pay special tribute to Professor Yash Taban and also Ambassador Nathan Oruba and Ms. Jane Kalunga for their visionary leadership over these decades. They did not only ensure that CITV stayed the course, they enabled it to thrive as a leading African think tank, driving global, continental, and regional economic and social policy. It is entirely fitting that Professor Taban's legacy is being immortalized through the new Standard Aid and Development Knowledge Hub. Envisioned as a dynamic platform for generating and disseminating knowledge, this hub will advance critical thinking and Africentric leadership. It will serve as a vital bridge between research, policy, and practice, ensuring that evidence is not only rigorous, but actionable for policymakers and social justice actors alike. Ladies and gentlemen, CITV was established, as you heard, at a time when frameworks like the WTO and the Economic Partnership Agreements were exposing deep imbalances and asymmetries in global trade. From its inception, CITV's core mission has been to expose these disparities, to offer solutions rooted in an African sustainable development perspective, and equip trade negotiators with knowledge and skills to advance Africa's interests. With the rapid advance of globalization during the 1990s, I cannot emphasize enough the pivotal role that CITV played in knowledge shaping and capacity building on the integrated issues between trade, finance, and development. Knowledge sharing and capacity building is CITV's DNA. I vividly recall CITV's role in the late 1990s, working alongside ONTAD, the Third World Network, the South Center, and other organizations that have been mentioned in the Executive Director's address to unpack the structural policies of the agreement and to share the insights with African negotiators and the WTO. Professor Taban, of course, went on to lead the South Center itself. I also recall the pivotal role played by Ambassador Nathan Oruba as Uganda's permanent representative to the WTO and the coordinator for least developed countries for the least developed countries group. Ambassador Oruba was a towering figure in Geneva, both physically and metaphorically. He skillfully leveraged his position to unite African voices in the WTO African group, challenging the status quo with concrete proposals for WTO reform. It was this collective diplomatic pressure
that forced development to the center of the global agenda, culminating in the launch of the Doha Development Agenda in 2001. While the Doha round was never completed, the development-focused ideas championed by Africa remain firmly on the WTO agenda today. With Europe as Africa's leading trading and development partner, Siatini was also a critical voice, an analyst of Brussels post-Cotonou trading arrangements in the early 2000s. To this day, Siatini remains a principal critic of the Economic Partnership Agreements or EPAs, consistently highlighting their risks to regional integration in Africa. In East Africa, Siatini's warnings were fully vindicated by the 2025 East African Court of Justice ruling that these agreements breach the treaty for the establishment of the East African Community, as well as the protocols on the customs union and common market. Furthermore, Siatini was an early critic of the Washington Consensus and structural adjustment programs, highlighting development finance challenges and unsustainable debt burdens during the 1990s and early 2000s. Here too, history has vindicated its stance. Today, the World Bank and IMF openly acknowledge that regional integration is central to Africa's socio-economic transformation and industrial development. And as the reality of climate change intensified, Siatini seamlessly expanded its focus, ensuring that sustainability is mainstreamed into the heart of trade and development policy. Ladies and gentlemen, on this landmark occasion, Siatini can look back with immense satisfaction and pride. For 30 years, it has fundamentally shifted how we view trade and development through rigorous research, training, capacity building, and advocacy, always striving for a strong, confident Africa in global trade. But Siatini, as you have already heard, is not resting on its past achievements. Jane Kalunga, Siatini's executive director, has released a new strategic plan 2026 to 2030, which she has already mentioned, with the theme Advancing Africentric Alternatives for Equitable and Sustainable Development. This strategic plan builds on Siatini's achievements while also being boldly forward-looking. You'll hear
You're most welcome, Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwa Lakadaga. We are glad to have you and thank you for honoring our invitation. The media team, take charge. National anthem. National anthem. Thank you so much. We may take our seats. Once again, I would like to welcome Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, who is the first Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda and the Minister for East African Community Affairs. And like I mentioned earlier, if you see us getting too excited, it's because we appreciate what she does for us and what she continues to do. Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga has walked a long journey with us. Before I even joined Siatini, she was a great support of Siatini's work. And when I joined Siatini, I found her really with Siatini in that good relationship. And I would like to request that Ms. Jenna Lunga, Executive Director Siatini, makes her way here just to share a word or two and to also welcome Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, and then I shall guide how we proceed. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, comrades, our guest of honor. It's not very often that people go and then come back, and I'm back. The Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga would like, on behalf of Siatini, to welcome you to this celebration at 30, Siatini celebration. We are really, really very grateful for honoring us with your presence and for your continued support and encouragement towards Siatini's work over the years. For distinguished guests who are here, Honorable Kadaga is a very passionate supporter of regional integration. That commitment, you can't find it anywhere, no? She's passionate about Africa's integration, about Africa's development. And we have walked this journey with her, for me, since I joined Siatini in her different capacities. Every time we invite her, she can even say, I will come, even if it's for 30 minutes, and she will be here. Right Honorable, we don't take that for granted. We are very, very grateful for that support, for the guidance you give us always, and for always, also ensuring that your team also supports us. So thank you so much, Honorable. I will leave the rest to give, Herbert will give you a summary of what we have done so far and the program as we unfold. But we are very, very grateful that you agreed to take time off your busy schedule to be here and grace our Siatini celebration at 30 as our guest of honor. Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to our Honorable? And we love you so, so much, Honorable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jenna Lunga, Executive Director of Siatini, for warmly welcoming Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga. And I will not add anything because she has said it all. And just to get Right Honorable Alitwala Kadaga to speed with what we've deliberated so far, and also share a little bit about Siatini at 30. First, I would like to mention that whatever we do as Siatini is a continuation of the legacy of Professor Yash Tandon, who has joined us online together with his family. And we have Comrade Vivek Tandon and Comrade Nidi Tandon. They are online. And also online, we have Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, who is coming from upcountry. He was supposed to be our key speaker here and a special guest to launch 2 important initiatives, but unfortunately, due to other competing priorities and duties, he couldn't make it. But he was able to entrust his mandate and powers with Professor Ezra Suruma, who needs no introduction, and he will be taking on that role as a special guest. But also, Right Honorable Alitwala Kadaga, I would like to mention that the journey that we're celebrating did not only emerge as a Siatini journey. It's a journey that we've taken collectively with so many comrades, so many partners, and so many stakeholders who have supported us as Siatini, have supported our mission, vision, and I would like to mention, Siatini has a mantra. Not so many organizations have a mantra. And our mantra is strengthening African world trade. And we walk and live it and act that mantra. We also have a bold vision. We envision a strong and confident African world trade. And our mission aligns with Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga's really interests and passions. And the mission is to strengthen stakeholders' capacity to influence trade, fiscal and investment-related policies for sustained equitable development and improved livelihoods in the East African community and Africa at large. Why Right Honorable Alitwala Kadaga are mentioning that is because right here we have stakeholders from across the continent. So in our work, we go beyond Uganda to the EAC region, to the continent and beyond, because Siatini was founded at the time when third world countries in general and African countries in particular were marginalized in global policy processes. And in particular, the first World Trade Organization Ministerial Conference that was held in Singapore. And in the aftermath of the first WTO meeting, Siatini emerged with just one bold mission: to strengthen the capacity of trade negotiators, technocrats, policymakers, to effectively advance Africa's interests in the WTO and other global policy processes. And Right Honorable Speaker, with us we have stakeholders including partners such as Oxfam Uganda, we have Third World Network Africa, we have Society for International Development, we have Trademark Africa, we have Climate Works Foundation, we have Diaconia, and the list goes on and on. We have representatives from various embassies and missions, and we also have distinguished guests who have a regional and continental mandate, and actually a global mandate, that work both in the trade, tax, and investment policy space, but also in the health space. We have Professor Kilian Songo with us here. We have great supporters of Siatini's work, including Embassy of Ireland in Uganda, represented by Mr. Peter Oumo, who is here. And I would like to mention, Right Honorable Alitwala Kadaga, that we are implementing as Siatini a project that is well aligned with government ambitions, government of Uganda ambitions, of contributing to growing or achieving a $500 billion economy, the 10-fold growth strategy, and the sustaining tax and revenue improvement for development project, which is STRIDE, is contributing to the second domestic revenue mobilization strategy, which government launched and embarked on just recently. So we are well aligned with government programs, but also, as you know, we are strong supporters of regional integration because we believe regional perspectives matter. We do not operate in a vacuum, and as Uganda, we cannot ignore the fact that there are volatile global dynamics, and as a country, we need to come together with other partners within the EAC region to ensure that we make EAC regional integration a truly strategic response to those volatile global dynamics and shifts. And with us, we also have Dr. David Luke, who is our keynote speaker. Dr. David Luke is a professor in practice and strategic director at the Firol Zilalji Institute for Africa and extraordinary professor at Northwest University in South Africa. He specializes in African trade policy and trade negotiations. Professor Luke has decades of experience in policy advisory services, managing and catalyzing research, building partnerships, training and capacity development for private sector and government. And so, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, as you were making your way in, we interrupted his keynote speech, but just in recognition of your presence, but also we needed to also have the anthems played and we settle in. And given the time that it's really not on your side and you had notified us that you have really competing priorities, but this was also one of those priorities, I would like once again to invite the chairperson of Siatini Board of Directors to invite Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga to deliver some remarks. Thank you so much for tolerating me and allowing me to have an outpouring of that information. Thank you, and I'll be back.
Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, First Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for East African Community Affairs, you are most welcome to this celebration. Minutes ago, I was on the same podium here to make a few remarks in my capacity as the chairperson of the Board of Directors, Siatin, and I would like to go through those remarks before officially inviting you to address us. I want to begin with something personal. In December 1996, I was in Singapore as Uganda's trade negotiator when Professor Yash Tandon founded this institution in the immediate aftermath of the WTO's first ministerial conference, at a moment when African countries in particular and the third world countries in general were being spoken about far more often than they were listened to in the corridors of global economic governance. I witnessed that founding moment, and in the 30 years since, I've been humbled to walk alongside Siatin as it grew from that powerful conviction into the institution we celebrate today. That conviction was simple, but it was radical for its time. That Africa does not need to borrow its understanding of development from elsewhere. Our knowledge systems, our histories, and our lived realities are legitimate foundations for shaping policy and defining our development pathways. 30 years on, the conviction has proven its relevancy. Siatin has worked tirelessly to demystify complex debates on trade, investment, fiscal policy, and global economic governance for policymakers, citizens, and the communities. It has amplified the voices of smallholder farmers, artisanal miners, fisher folk, women, youth, and the workers, whose perspectives are too often absent from critical policy conversations. Through research, advocacy, capacity strengthening and strategic engagement, CEATEN has built an Africentric intellectual tradition that insists Africa's role in the global economy must move beyond dependence on raw material exports towards value addition, innovation, industrial transformation, and a sustainable development. We gather today not simply to look back, but to look forward. This afternoon, we will launch 3 things that define CEATEN's next chapter. 1, our strategic plan for 2026 to 2030. 2, the Ashton Trade and Development Knowledge Hub, a fitting tribute to our founders' intellectual legacy and a new Pan-African platform for generating alternative knowledge. 3, the Africentric Trade and Development Policy Academy, which will train the next generation of African negotiators, policy actors, and progressive thinkers. The CEATEN Africa website, a continental digital platform designed to enhance knowledge sharing, policy engagement, research dissemination, and collaboration across Africa and beyond. We do this at a moment when the world is once again unsettled. Geopolitical tensions, fragmented multilateralism, protectionism, and a climate crisis that will not wait for us to catch up. But if CEATEN's history teaches us anything, it's that African institutions built on African thinking do not merely survive such moments. They rise to meet them. On behalf of the board, I want to thank the entire CEATEN team for their stewardship in bringing us to this milestone. I thank the government of Uganda, civil society organizations, development partners, private sector actors, media, and our long-standing collaborators across the continent and beyond for standing with us over these 30 years. I also wish to recognize and appreciate our distinguished guests, including representatives from diplomatic missions, regional and international organizations, academia, civil society, and the private sector, whose presence today reflects the importance of partnerships in advancing Africa's development agenda. And to Professor Ashton, whose legacy is represented in this room and beyond, thank you for a founding vision that has outlasted every prediction of how far it could go. Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, as I conclude my remarks, allow me to introduce to you my colleagues on the Board of Directors of CEATEN. They include Professor Rose Namara, Professor Ijo, and the Council Navankema. One of our colleagues did not make it due to unavoidable circumstances. She is Jenny Mwebaza Mokasa. Allow me to, Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, to introduce to you our bosses, the members of Board of Trustees of CEATEN, the chairperson of this trustee is the Ambassador Nathan Irumba, and present here is Professor Mambusa Ndebesa. Others are not with us and they're outside this country. It is now my privilege to formally invite you, Right Honorable, to come and address this congregation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the Chair of the Board of Directors and your distinguished colleagues, the guests, development partners, representatives of government, members of the diplomatic corps, private sector, and civil society, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here to celebrate 30 years of Siatini. On behalf of the government, I want to express the government's gratitude to the Siatini for organizing this important event, but more importantly, 3 decades of dedicated service to trade in Africa and its development. This is a remarkable milestone, reflecting resilience, consistency, and unwavering commitment to ensuring that Africa's voice is heard in regional and global trade negotiations. Just as the chairman was talking, I asked myself whether now that we have the head of the WTO an African, whether our voices are heard that much more. I hope that you'll be able to tell me that. Over the years, Siatini has distinguished itself as a trusted policy think tank, providing evidence-based research, strengthening institutional capacity, promoting inclusive trade policies, championing the interests of African countries in increasingly complex global trading environment. And I do hope that since Singapore, we have developed a body of negotiators. Although sometimes when we're in cabinet, looking at the terms of the loans we contract, sometimes you wonder whether we really have experts negotiating on behalf of our behalf, because sometimes you think that either they weren't reading, or they were not listening, or they did not pay attention to what was being formulated, but that's where we are. Today's discussion reaffirms that trade is not merely about movement of goods and services. It's about creating jobs for our people, support industrialization, empowering women and youth entrepreneurs, strengthening regional value chains, and build resilient economies capable of withstanding global shocks. As you are aware, regional integration is a strategic priority for Uganda. We consider it a matter of life and death. It's really important that we get together and organize both politically and economically. Through the East African Community, the COMESA, the IGAD, and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Through them, we continue to pursue policies that expand markets, eliminate barriers to trade, improve infrastructure, promote investment across the continent. The EAC has demonstrated that regional integration is a practical pathway to economic transformation. The continued implementation of the customs union, common market, and the possibility of a monetary union, and then the efforts at political confederation are steps in the right direction. However, I would like to ask Siatini to bend over backwards in the campaign for a common currency. I'm not very impressed by the bureaucratic arrangements where 8 countries must reach a convergence criteria before we can have a currency for the community. I would like us to go the way the European Union did by having a common currency running alongside our national currencies until such time as we can exit national currencies. And because I have experienced firsthand the issue at the border, our traders have a lot of difficulties with currency fluctuations. So for me, it's a matter really which I would like us to flag and advocate for very, very quickly. We also have the non-tariff barriers, inadequate transport and logistics infrastructure. We have not yet to develop a good railway system. We are not using the waterways sufficiently. We are all on the road, struggling on the small roads, all of us. So these are areas which I hope that we can get partnerships to ensure that we develop those other areas. The Africa Continental Free Trade Areas is an opportunity to transform Africa into the world's largest integrated market. We must strengthen productive capacity, invest in manufacturing and agro-processing, improve standards and quality assurance, embrace digital trade, create an enabling environment for small and medium enterprises to participate effectively in regional and continental markets. And on that one, I do recall that when I was a speaker in Parliament, we made a resolution that for every loan, whether for construction or otherwise, 30% should be reserved for the women and the youth, so that they're also taxpayers, so that they're able to benefit from the loans that we take, because they're being paid by the citizens of Uganda. I hope you can also flag that one to ensure that within the region, that is being complied with. So I want to thank Siatini for the inclusive policies, people-centered and development-oriented. You have contributed significantly to shaping trade discourse, strengthen the capacity of negotiators, showing that trade agreements support sustainable development and poverty eradication. We have our commitment as government to work with you in advancing the national development priorities, the EAC agenda, and the African Union's Agenda 2063. As Siatini embarks on the next chapter, I encourage the institution to continue serving as a bridge between policymakers, private sector, academia, civil society, and development partners. The future of Africa's trade lies in stronger collaboration, innovation, evidence-based policy making, and active participation for young people who are the continent's greatest asset. That's why they should be involved in what we are doing. So let us lead the celebration with a renewed determination to build an Africa where trade drives industrialization, where investment creates opportunities for all, where regional integration translates into tangible benefits for our citizens, and where economic cooperation becomes a cornerstone of lasting peace and shared prosperity. On behalf of the government, I congratulate Siatini on this milestone and wish the institution continued success in years ahead. We look forward to increased partnership as we advance Africa's trade and development agenda. I now officially have the honor to officially declare the Siatini at 30 celebrations closed. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and may God bless you, for God and my country. Thank you very much. Okay.
A better round of applause for Right Honorable Rebecca Litwala Kadaga. Thank you so much, Right Honorable. I'd like to quickly request that Siatini Board of Directors, Board of Trustees, our partners, members of the members of the Africa Trade Network, led by Mr. Tete Homeku, Dr. Stefano, Mr. Pasi, to join, and our special guest, Professor Ezra Suruma, to join the photo moment here. Commissioner Ojara, please, could you join the photo moment? And the Siatini team, we need to hand over something to Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. We have a commemorative magazine, Siatini at 30, which we will hand over. I think I should be part of the photo moment, right? Do you agree? I'm only doing it because you have agreed. Thank you so much. I kindly request that the Executive Director, Siatini Ms. Jane Alunga, hands over, in the presence of all these members, hands over the commemorative magazine, Siatini at 30. I request that we display it so that the 30 can be well covered. Thank you so much. Our story, our journey is embedded in that magazine, and our struggles as well. Thank you. The gifts, I think the team can hand over to the rest of the gifts. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable. A round of applause for Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. Thank you so much. We've taken home all the requests that you've made to us, supporting the common currency and more. And would like to thank you, Right Honorable, that there's a time we invited you for the ESC post-budget dialogue, and we read in the newspapers that in the communique that was issued by the Council of Ministers and Ministers of Foreign Affairs across the ESC, all our issues were embedded in that communique. Thank you so very much. We truly appreciate. Thank you so much. Although, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga has closed, but we are just starting. Please make that whisper to your neighbor that we are starting. So I request the media team to have the documentary played. We have a documentary that we prepared for all of us. It really showcases our work, our struggles, but also how other people perceive Siatini's work, because you cannot tell your story alone, but other people also hold trust in you, can tell part of that story. So the documentary is going to be played. Media team, do not delay us. Thank you.
First of all, is to thank Siatini and Siatini Fraternity for arriving at the 30th anniversary. Very few organizations can claim what Siatini has achieved in the last 30 years. The World Trade Organization was formed essentially to advance globalization. Now, this is the idea Siatini wanted to rectify. How do we increase effective participation of African countries so that they can defend their own interests and they can project their own interests in the negotiations?
We started as an institute preparing trade negotiators in Africa to negotiate trade agreements at the level of the World Trade Organization. We have seen the work of Siatini grow from strength to strength in providing that capacity to African trade negotiators.
Siatini is a very important regional organization because it's an NGO that I think it speaks independently and it gives a lot of important insights.
I think I first came in contact with Siatini sometime in the 1990s, and I would have interacted with people like Yash Tandon and others over many, many years.
I have a copy here actually of Yash Tandon's book, Trade is War, the West's War Against the World. He was very critical, of course, at the time about WTO negotiating processes and some of the outcomes. Since Yash Tandon's time, Jane Nalunga has been in charge of Siatini in Uganda, and she's also a very consistent participant in ECA discussions around trade and always provided very valuable insights. And she has a strong team there in Kampala, and we very much appreciate the work that they do.
Siatini was born out of a conviction that Africa should not just conform, comply, or adapt, or just participate in global trade processes and negotiations, but should be able to have the capacity to influence all those trade-related debates and negotiations.
Siatini took the challenge of working with Africa's policymakers and negotiators to ground them in their knowledge that will allow them not simply to go and negotiate on somebody's terms, but to negotiate on their own terms, their own understanding and agenda. And that was doing the same things as us, of the Francophone. So these are, if I say, three siblings came with the same under the same fire, the same mission, but holding different aspects of the same struggle.
My journey at Siatini started, I think, 2013 when I joined as an intern. But when I joined Siatini, my eyes were opened, my mind was re-educated, and I was introduced to a whole new different thinking.
What you must really have comfort in is that the capacities that Siatini built, they resonate and we have carried them into the new challenges that we have around critical minerals, the tariffs.
Siatini was, to me, the building block for my understanding of how international trade works. The ability to link that conversation from the lowest rung of society to the highest echelons of decision making was the highlight for me. And I think it's one of the unique selling points that Siatini has.
What we have seen with Siatini over the years is that professionalism is high and the quality of their product is great. We can see the results and the impact that has been made.
Siatini has had a number of workshops, a number of winter schools that it has organized, particularly for those that were committed to economic justice, those that were committed to trade justice. And if you look at the ministerial conferences where Siatini has participated, it has played a massive critical role.
Of course, the one thing that I think this organization have done also is that they are no more one single. They have actually built a whole ecosystem of organizations on different themes, from trade to finance to environment, everything that have brought a whole vibrant.
Again and again, African countries had stood up for the demand of policy space to develop the continent on its own premises. Now, with Siatini as a resource for now 30 years.
So before Siatini came, we were collecting 600 million in terms of revenue. But when they came, we are now collecting 1.5 billion.
From the time our revenue mobilization teams were trained by Siatini under the Strike program, the revenue has improved. And we used to collect about 50%, we're now collecting about 70%.
I would like to thank Siatini Uganda for building the capacity of both political, technical, and the business community on local revenue collection, utilization, and accountability.
They reach the grassroots, they work with all different levels of the value chain, they work with the farmers, they work with the government institutions at that level, because they're actually able to get ordinances signed at the end of the day, which guide the institutions at the local government level to be able to follow up with the work they've been instituting and the standards, even after the projects have closed.
One of the things that I'm very grateful in part to Jane and Siatini is that for the first time in a very long time in the history of this country, many more Ugandans now understand coffee as a business and its importance to our country like they never did before.
Thank you, Siatini, for always inviting us and giving us the opportunity as young people and as women in coffee. I still stand to say that Siatini has supported us as women. It has supported us as young people. Not very often will you find young people standing here to share their stories.
For 3 decades, Siatini has made complex economic policies accessible and politically relevant. It has brought together the expertise of researchers and negotiators with the lived experience of farmers, women, young people, workers, small businesses, and local communities.
While I served in the Parliament of Uganda, we worked closely with Siatini, especially on influencing legislations in regards to trade within the country context.
The 30th anniversary of Siatini, I'd like to take this opportunity to say to Siatini, well done, good job over these 30 years.
Happy anniversary and all the best for the next chapter.
Congratulations, Siatini.
Long live Siatini.
Wish you luck and all the best going forward.
I wish to say congratulations I wish to say keep up the good work, and I wish to say the sky's the limit.
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate Jane Nalunga and all her colleagues for the wonderful achievements over this 30 years, and I wish you all the best for the next 30 years of Siatini.
The journey continues, and as Siatini, we are ready for that task. But we need partners. We need to work together. We need all our partners we have been working with, but we also need new partners across the entire spectrum, and we are looking forward to strengthen the partnerships so that we can be able to strengthen Africa in world trade.
We need partners. Please, as we celebrate, let's talk business. We need to talk about how we can carry forward the good work that Siatini has done, but also we need to co-create some initiatives that advance Africentric solutions and alternatives. And I would like to remind us that we have a bold theme for Siatini at 30 event, which is advancing Africentric alternatives for equitable and sustainable development. And if you allow me in a minute, I will speak about Africentric. We are promoting an Africa First agenda because America is saying America First. How about Africa says Africa First solutions and agenda, because the Africentric alternatives are grounded within Africa's context, realities, and aspirations. We have ambitions as East African community members, as African countries, but ambitions alone can't take us to where we want to go. But as Siatini, we are committed and we are ready, we are here to ensure that we contribute to shaping and yielding Africentric policy alternatives that can salvage the current situation, but also be able to propel us, for example, Uganda, to achieve a $500 billion US economy, and it's possible. We've seen it work in other countries, and the good news is it can be done. So this is where I end with my moderation. I don't end here, by the way. I will come back, but I'd like now to hand over to Dr. Fred Muhumuza, who is going to take charge. And I would like to mention that initially when we interrupted Dr. David Luke, it wasn't really our making, but protocol required us to do that. And he has shared his speech, but he has also sent me a message and informed me that he has competing priorities and commitments, and unfortunately he had to leave. But he's in solidarity with all of us. Thank you so much. So Dr. Fred Muhumuza also needs no introduction. If many of us in the room do not know him, I trust that he will speak a thing or two about himself, and he will get us moving forward. Thank you.
I guess it is a good evening. Let me recognize the protocol as has been established in the interest of time, but I need to mention Professor Suruma specifically as my former boss and friend. It is rare to have a boss who is a friend. I don't know your other people's experiences. My panelists, please, who want to save time, just come and take your seats here. You know yourselves. If you don't know yourselves, then maybe I don't know you. I'm looking at Tete. We walked in here together. Irene Ovonji, I don't know whether she has made it here. Charlotte Mafumba, I saw you. Stefano, Pase Makombe. Let's just come and take the seats. Charlotte, you better use the steps here. The men there are jumping over hustles. Now they will tell you who they are. I guess that's the best way to go around it. I see their names being put. Are you putting their names? But we may need binoculars to read them, so they will still tell us who they are. The media people always know how to disturb us by guiding us, so you give them the benefit to do what they do best. I'm going to start really with a general question to each one of you, which first question is, who are you, briefly? And then on top of that, we'll be asking you to give us a reflection. Siatini is 30 years. How has Africa's position in global trade and finance and investment governance evolved over those years? That's really the assumption over, or the message you want to give us. What would you consider to be the greatest achievements and maybe the challenges? Just as you tell us who you are, you may want to reflect on that, how this journey of trade, finance and investment has evolved over the 30 years, and what you think are the greatest achievements and challenges. That's really the brief. And I want to start at the extreme right. You will switch on the mic, and then when you're done, you'll switch it off. So over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, moderator. I'm Stefano Prato. I am the Managing Director of the Society for International Development, and I'm also the coordinator of the Civil Society Financing for Development Mechanism. I think it has been a long journey with Siatini, a journey of friendship, partnership, and comradeship. So I think it's been really a great pleasure for me to accept this invitation and to be here with all of you. When we look a little bit at the past 30 years and the kind of struggle that we've been going through in many ways, unfortunately, it has been a struggle that, despite many narratives and the way in which they have evolved and the way in which they have been embellished, the reality is that the fundamental drivers of extraction, I think, have continued over decades and have in many ways deepened, despite the fact that they have been dressed with seductive narratives. And unfortunately, we find ourselves here, in which there is the agenda for structural transformation or socio-economic transformation of the continent remains in many ways still a long way forward. I think the only thing I would add from my particular angle to this is that we are experiencing a moment in which there are a fundamental reshaping of economic and power relations. And this reshaping is happening in the context of a new war, not the one that makes the headings, but the tension between the United States, China, and somehow the ambivalent position that Europe has within it. And what we see on the headings of the newspapers very often are proxy wars in the context of that fundamental reshaping of relationship. And within that, it is fundamental to understand what role the African continent wants to play and how it wants to insert itself into that bigger geopolitics. And that requires, unfortunately, a fundamental resistance of the attempts to bilateralize relations and negotiations. Because that's what we are seeing happening behind the curtains of the conflictual age of war that we see on the media. And that bilateralization very often compromises the capacity of the continent to act as a region within the interest of its own regional pathway. So I think to start with, I will leave it here, and I guess we'll go into other issues later. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, we're continuing to come closer to me.
Thank you very much. My name is Tete Homeku Ajay, and I'm the head of programs of Third World Network Africa.
You want to move the mic closer to face you? Okay.
Okay, it's because I'm normally shy, so I'm running away from the mic as well. No. So I'm head of programs of Third World Network Africa, which together with Siatini and other colleagues on the continent established the Africa Trade Network as a network of African trade policy activists which in the moment in 1999 were committed to improving Africa's position in international trade and investment and development policies. And I think that one of the things that we can note is that at a time when both Siatini, which is now 30 years old, and TWN Africa, which is now 30 years last year, were founded at a moment of very triumphalist expansionist agenda of neoliberalism, which, having founded the WTO, wanted to expand across the world. It is one of the achievements of organizations like Siatini that over the past 30 years, our resistance to neoliberal expansionism led to a situation where we can say that that agenda has stagnated a bit. The attempt to introduce investment rules, competition policy rules, procurement around the world has held in abeyance. But what we are finding today is an attempt by the European Union, the US, and co to reconquer the initiative in the context of reorganizing and reconfiguring the global agenda. In fact, to tear it apart and start anew in a way that is joined not simply by the United States and the European Union, but also new players in the global order. And that forms the moment where we are now, where Africa has to start anew to redefine its mission. In that sense, Siatini's idea of introducing an Africentric way of Africa-centric alternatives is a welcome thing because it requires us to interrogate the world anew and ask ourselves together, where are we going forward? And therefore, in this moment of the anniversary, it's a welcome initiative that we can build on as further questions come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think Siatini, our cake is cut out. 30 years, the next 30 years are going to be even more engaging because the dynamics are moving on. Somebody is called Percy, and the record I have here says he's a former deputy director, he's a former editor. So what are you? Everything I have about you is former. Please tell us who you are and go on.
Thank you so much, Chair. I am a friend of Siatini, working in the development space based in South Africa. And I think for me, Africa has become much stronger in voice, much stronger in vision, but not yet strong enough in bargaining power. At the time when Siatini was established in 1996, I think many African countries were entering complex WTO negotiations, some with limited technical capacity, and often negotiated I think, much more individually. But I think when we look now, the picture has changed. It's totally different, right? Africa has developed stronger institutions, built much deeper a pool of negotiators and trade experts. It has also articulated increasingly what I would call a coherent continental position. And perhaps more significantly, I think Africa has moved from seeing regional integration as an aspiration to making it an institutional reality through the African Continental Free Trade Area. But I also think that Africa deserves greater credit for something that we sometimes overlook. For almost 50 years, Africa has remained consistent in its development vision, whether you are looking at it from the Monrovia Declaration, the Lagos Plan of Action, the Alternative Framework to Structural Adjustment, Abuja Treaty, Agenda 2063, and now the African Continental Free Trade Area. There are certain themes that have remained consistent: policy sovereignty, industrialization, regional integration, and value addition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Charlotte?
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to ride on the existing protocol. My name is Charlotte Karunji Mafumbo. I'm fortunate to be schooled by the former board, now Board of Trustees of the Siatini. My professor is here, Professor Mwambutsia, as well as the Executive Director. So I'm proud to be one of the offsets of who they are. And I come to you today with the angle of how we as educators talk about Africa and where we are. I would like to say that all the others have mentioned the kind of progress Africa is targeting, and I want to say that the challenges we've had are many and they continue, but that Africa is very resilient. We've come from situations of the SAPS where we've been forced to have currency devaluations, privatization, the liberalization that has been mentioned. We have suffered immense capital flight. We still struggle with international credit finances, as well as the high borrowing rates. And I think Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga did mention this, and she wondered how we negotiate, but that we have not lost it all. I think we have innumerable opportunities if we do more. From even the earlier speakers, the issue of regional integration is working well. But allow me to single out one very, very important development that is cutting edge, and that is the fintech. The financial systems that have been built. Nobody knew that Africa would come up with mobile money. Nobody knew that Africa would develop a financial system where even when you trade, you don't have to go to the US or to go to any other place. You simply put the money on the phone and it goes. And I think for me that is one of those greatest things that we can piggy bank on to continue our trade initiatives and trade negotiations. I also think that we have been beneficiaries of good relations, but that because of the changing landscape and the whole trade architecture, we're having situations where our key partners who are supporting our trade are changing their minds. I'm thinking of the African Growth Opportunity Act going away and saying enough of your product. So what else should be put in place that should support Africa? And I think that the best way to go, again, like all the others have intimated, is regional trade. Let's strengthen regional trade, and let's strengthen the values that we've always rode on. We already had our own African philosophies. Where are they now? Where is our Ujamaa? Where is our Ubuntu? How can we harness those in a way that allows us to strengthen each other. I'm also thinking about us as Africa supporting one another when situations are rife. Think about Greece, when it was in an economic dilemma, all the European countries came together. So where are we when our own countries have issues? Can we borrow from how others do it and strengthen and support each other? I believe that if we do that, we could go a very long way. I submit.
Thank you very much. She's talked about tech fins and fintechs. When I see the people around here, I want to believe there is about 100 million minimum that is sitting on your phones. Never mind, I'm not going to come for it because I cannot anyway. But that's what technology has taken us. By now we'll be worried that at 5 o'clock banks are closing, but now we transact all the way through. And so I have 2 seats here of people who are in technology, in cyberspace. That is where it has taken us, that we can still engage them. And IT team, I hope you can find for me Honorable Irene Ovonji Odida. I want her to introduce herself. She's a member, let me just be doing this as they find her for me. She's a member of the Mbeki panel on illicit financial flows from Africa, an independent commissioner. And the question I really want her to address is the fact that Africa continues to lose significant resources through illicit financial flows and inequitable global financial systems. What policy actions should African governments prioritize to strengthen economic sovereignty and ensure that trade and investment contribute to sustainable development? Honorable Irene Ovonji Odida, I hope you have heard me there. Please, you have the floor and the clouds as we speak. Have you found her? We've given her the floor. She already has the clouds with her. Yes, I can see her from my side. If you can also project her on the other screen so that the rest of the people can see what we are seeing from this side. Thank you. Irene, you can proceed.
Good afternoon. Congratulations to Siatini, to the board and Jane, the team. Just introducing myself, I am currently a member of the Mbeki panel on illicit financial flows from Africa, set up by the AU and the ECA. I'm also an independent commissioner with Equitable, but in the past, I was a member of IALA, and that is closely with Siatini, especially between 2001 and 2006, around the WTO negotiations and support as legislators to African governments to ensure that there was accountability and continued commitment to the interests of African stakeholders. And as I've already said, congratulations to Siatini. I think it's good to see that Siatini is still standing on its feet and making its contribution. My work in the last 15 years or so really has been focused much more on tax-related issues in the context of illicit financial flows. However, tax, trade, and a number of other pillars of the global economic system are all interrelated. So what I would like to say is that in looking at the trade issues, first of all, to recognize, as has already been said by a number of other panelists, we're really at a watershed moment globally in which there is a move by imperial powers to really reconfigure the system of extraction and to embed it even further, particularly affecting the global south, but not only global south. We're at a point where this extraction is also affecting different groups, majorities in the global north. So the first thing I'll say is to recognize the situation that we're in right now is a very critical moment. And secondly, as I mentioned, I focus on tax issues, and tax and trade are different pillars, among others, of the global economic system. We have issues like debt, issues like foreign investment, and so on.
So all these different pillars are interconnected and interrelated. And it's important in looking at the trade issues to recognize that across the board, whether you're talking about diplomacy, international relations, you're talking about trade, tax, you're looking at foreign direct investment, you're looking at debt, and increasingly issues to do with war. You see that the systems, the structures at a global level all serve the same purpose or same agenda, as Stefano said, really about extraction. And extraction happens, I would say broadly, we could say at two levels. One at a level of countries, so extraction from the global south to the global north, but also within countries. And so increasing inequality between countries and also within. So for us as the global south and as Africa in particular, we need to appreciate how development has occurred in different countries and where we sit within that. And broadly, I would say it's really about shifting from purely agricultural, commodity producing economies into industrialized economies, including issues around digitalization and so on. So if that is the kind of trajectory we're looking at, it's important to look at these different pillars and see how are we working on those different pillars, what are the different strategies that we need and commitments that we need to shift from purely commodity production with these very extractive relationships into industrialized economies. And they are, the last thing on a positive thing is that we already see examples of this in different parts of Africa, particularly in the Sahel. What we see happening in countries like Burkina Faso, Niger and Chad, that really gives us an example, and it highlights that this fight is not just an economic one, it's a political one. So ultimately, political and strategic is where we need to put our focus. So I'll continue in response to other questions.
Agenda of service value addition, really through industrialization. We also want to possibly open up more strongly the chapter of value addition in services so that we can begin to tap from a diversified space. I still have one more chair of a person who is in the cloud, but we want to give him the floor or the ground as well. Andrew Mold, I don't know whether you have found him, which cloud he's sitting on. So that we can give him the ground. Andrew Mold, we want to hear from you in this conversation. What do you have to tell us? What have we achieved? What has been the journey as we transacted through? I'm trying to catch up with the time we lost earlier. Andrew Mold, you have the floor. Maybe he will be joining us when he comes through. For now, I want to get back to Stefano and see what we have to pick up along the way on as the global financing for development agenda continues to evolve. Amidst rising debt, climate financing needs constrained fiscal space. What reforms are needed in the international financial architecture to enable African finance on her own development priorities while strengthening her voice in global economic governance?
Thank you so much. So allow me two short premises. The first one is on the financing for development process. The financing for the development process begins under the aegis of the United Nations in 2002 with what was called the Monterey Consensus, which was an agenda for systemic reforms of the global economy, mostly intended to democratize the global economy, make it more in sync with the development priority of a much wider collective of countries, rather than purely the agenda of the global north. Now, that agenda has evolved over time, and to some extent it was weakened. And it was weakened because the capture of the WTO of the trade agenda and the capture by the G20 of the financial regulation and macroeconomic coordination has left that process with development finance and development finance only. Now that basically meant that we often discuss development finance decoupled from real economy transformation. And that only makes very limited sense. So the premise when we look ahead is that we need to restore the primacy of the global economy transformation agenda over development finance and make development finance a consequence, an implication, an instrument to advance that agenda rather than discussing it alone. That means that when we're talking about taxation, we talk about which taxation helps advancing that agenda for transformation. When we're talking about debt, similarly, which borrowing conditions and which framework allows that advancement of the real economy transformation. Because otherwise we end up discussing these development finance issues in isolation. Now, ahead, there are 5 areas that may require rethinking and work. But we cannot simply look at a reform agenda. We need to locate it in the context of reshaping of relations that many speakers refer to, located in today's situation. And today's situation is one in which it's a combination of resistance and re-envisioning. Resistance of that unilateral transformation of international law and global system just to serve power interest. But at the same time, we also recognize that more than simply changes in the margins or specific small tweaks in the system, we do need a fundamental re-envisioning. And there are 5 directions in which we can look for that. The first one is keep insisting that international law currently, when it comes to regulating the global economy, is faulty, is full of gaps. In fact, is rarely existent. So the idea of normative development, such as the one on the UN Tax Convention that Irene alluded to, are essential to basically write a new set of international laws, set of binding conventions that regulate the way in which the global economy can function. And beyond tax, I think the Common African Position, the Lomé Declaration calling for a debt convention, a UN framework convention on sovereign debt, is a second pillar of that normative development. Of course, it's understandable that this is a complicated political moment where to advance this, but we shouldn't, despite the complex geopolitics, lose or somehow weaken our effort in advancing that normative agenda. The second important pillar is to create a space for contestation and to counter the attempt of the WTO to capture trade governance. Trade governance is not a mandate of the WTO and should be discussed under a UN framework in a context of democratic participation of all countries. So creating a counter space within the UN where we discuss this and we envision a different trade system than what is being bullied through into the WTO is a second fundamental pillar. Exactly with the same logic, we need to reclaim from the G20 the idea of macroeconomic coordination and financial regulation. If you look at the current moment, and I think one of our speakers was referring to that, the kind of exogenous shock that this age of war is generating has very profound macro and micro consequences because of currency devaluations, because of an increase in the cost of borrowing, because of the propagation of the energy increase in prices into real life economy of families, not only at macro level. So there is a need in many ways to reclaim that and that decision making over macroeconomic coordination and financial regulation. Now, lots of people say, well, 1, 2, 3, normative development, reclaiming a trade governance discussion, reclaiming a macroeconomic coordination under the United Nations. Is this the moment where the UN is struggling so much, sometimes even for survival? Well, we are told that form follows function. It's precisely because we bring these conversations as an imperative for the global democratic community under the United Nations that we make that forum fundamental and important. Yeah? And in a sense, it's a way to strengthen, its struggle for survival in a moment in which some powers would want to heavily undermine it. There are 2 other pillars which are also important. The fourth one is an immediate discussion, not waiting for a possible framework convention, on the cost of borrowing. The cost of borrowing and the increasing cost of debt servicing is impacted by those macroeconomic conditions. In many ways, because of the dependencies of many economies in the region to global value chains, its GDP prospects are also impacted by that very same macroeconomic condition. And the region is therefore penalized, particularly in terms of credit rating, for reasons which do not depend from it and its development pathway. So having a political discussion on borrowing condition and debt services in this particular context is also important, and that also involves the idea of thinking about credit rating differently from the current capture of 3 agencies that plays a quasi-regulatory role without having any mandate for it. The idea of an African credit rating agency is an important pillar of that, but we also need a multilateral credit rating agency that tries to rewrite the understanding of ratings from a public rather than a financial private perspective. And lastly, I think we need to recognize that if we put the real economy first, we need a financing ecosystem which is different than the one in which we have the hegemony of the Bretton Woods institutions and their sister organizations. Because right now, the real economy follows finance and responds to the imperative of finance. If we want it the other way, we need a multi-layered financial ecosystem which restore the notion of public development banks, restore the notion of financing at different scales, so that we can not only have the financing for the 5 billion project, but also for the 5,000. And I think that is the kind of multi-layer system that we need to redesign. These are big questions. There's no silver bullet on small, simple advocacy issues, but it's precisely the moment in which we participate in that reshaping and re-envisioning of a different system. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefano. You've given us an agenda for an entire 30 years coming up. We are going to be touching the elephants and scratching them. These are huge monsters, but this is the way to go. Tete is going to be coming in next. I saw him shake his head vigorously as you are speaking. I don't know whether he needs to add value to us, but as he comes up, sugar levels may be lower. The coffee, the tea are served at the back at the convenience of your time. You may want to rise up and go and pick and bring back to your table. I would suggest 1 person or 2 per table so that we don't end up with empty tables, but also we don't overcrowd the other side. Somebody will address the table of my always good friend and boss, Professor Suruma. He may whisper to you what coffee he takes. It's 10 years ago since me and him shared a table, so I don't know what coffee brand he takes now. I would have advised you on which one to bring, but things have changed as we are looking at the 30 years. Tete. Coming to you on the issue of really Africa continues to face pressures. At the end of the day, is this my yes? We continue to face pressures from evolving trade agreements, geopolitical competition. What are the most urgent reforms that Africa needs in order to reclaim its trade policy space and strengthen the continent's collective negotiating position.
Thank you very much. Is it okay at this time? Thank you very much. I think I'll follow Stefano's example and just pose the thing in the broader terms, right? And two questions. Where is the world today? And what must Africa do to respond to where the world is, but more importantly, to reconstruct its development agenda and the economic instruments that it must use to promote that development agenda. And where the world is today is not very comfortable reading. It's simply this, that the big boys and girls in the world are determined to tear apart the international order and reconstruct it to fit their own thing. So we're all used to hearing the advanced industrial capitalist West, which since 1945 has been led by the US with its friends in Europe, Japan, Canada as a quad. At the moment, that advanced industrial capitalist system itself is being torn apart and reconfigured. That's what we are fighting. And it's being torn apart and reconfigured simply because, unlike the olden days, where the US led Europe and Japan and Australia to the leader of the system, we now have a new kid on the block. China is no more simply manufacturing affordable goods for the rest of the world. China has jumped into the lead. It has advanced technology. In fact, China is the one that is shaping how electronic batteries are going to be manufactured and reshaped. I was reading something just yesterday. We all heard of lithium-ion batteries. China has gone beyond that, and it's talking about sodium-ion batteries, which are better capacities, better technology, which will lead the world into a different technology and industrialization. And the United States finds itself having to play catch-up. Now, of course, the United States is not ready and happy to play catch-up in an industrial system when it was a leader. So when we see all these fights going on, it's because China is controlling the technology, the resources, and the market structure for the next industrial system. What we are finding, therefore, is an attempt to reconstruct the global industrial system, right? Industrial capitalism is being reconfigured. And that reconfiguration of the global industrial system has effect in the area of trade policy, in the area of finance policy, in the area of other policies. So when you see Donald Trump go to the WTO and says, we don't want WTO anymore to be multilateral agreement. We want to transform the WTO into a place where big countries can have bilateral deals. That's what you want. Now, well, with respect, Donald Trump, we all know, is a very antagonistic character, and he will annoy you and insult you and say your country is a shithole country. We are annoyed. That's Donald Trump's way of doing it. But let us not make the mistake of taking Donald Trump's provocative thing as though what is happening is only Donald Trump. Donald Trump has a very interesting way of leading what American establishment want to do, which even Obama and Biden has been doing long before him. Now, he may have a very provocative way of formulating it, but at the same time, China has a very polite way of doing the same thing, right? So the Americans are establishing bilateral agreements, coming to Uganda, coming to Congo DR, and say, I'm going to impose tariff on you if you don't give me your critical minerals. That's what they are doing. In the same way, in a very polite and smoother way, China is also saying that in the WTO, we want to have an investment facilitation agreement that allows our companies to have a certain protection. And those of you who don't know this will know that over the past 2 years, China has transformed almost all its Belt and Road development initiatives into free trade agreements. So it may be Uganda or maybe Zambia and say, I have a Belt and Road agreement with China, and tomorrow morning you are signing a free trade agreement with China. In other words, I'm arguing that the same attempt to fight over the industrial system is experiencing itself in the same approach to use global trade and reorganize it for their interest. And And that's why I like, as I keep on saying, people don't like Marcani, but it's very realistic enough to say the big powers are playing, with the small powers, how do we get in to do our own bit? That's a challenge for Africa. In Africa, we say we want to industrialize. It's good enough. But we cannot simply say we want to industrialize by trying to look for policies for industrialization. We have to ask ourselves, what is the structure of our economy now? And how do we reconfigure our structure of our economy to be able to take part in this global reconfiguration so that we also put our stake there? And I'll say two things in that context. Africa is the only continent which has not yet carried out the two revolutions of the 19th century. When the 21st century, Africa has not carried out agrarian transformation. And if you don't have a transformed agrarian system, you cannot have the domestic market that supports manufacturing industrialization. So all the things we are doing now, we want to build special economic zones, we want to build corridors, we are going to do industrialization, which is, again, just enclaves, unless we transform agriculture so that rural people and the wealth and the income to become the domestic market. We say Africa, we have a youth bulge. We have 1 billion people. But 1 billion means nothing if the 1 billion people don't have the wealth to consume. If they don't have the wealth to consume, the 1 billion will become a market for other people. So the question that we have is, if you take Africa, right, in 2019, the census says that 450 million Africans are involved in smallholder agriculture. Majority of them are led by women. But we know our smallholder agricultural farmers are using hoes and cutlass to farm. Now, how do we ensure that we improve agricultural mechanization so that the woman in the village who produces only 1 acre of tomato can produce 5 acres? The woman in the village who sends her children to the farm can release labor so that the children can go to school. The woman in the village who has 1 acre of tomato can have 5 acres and enough money to buy the bicycles that you make or to buy whatever you make. That's the question. So the question is, how do we have agriculture becoming the domestic demand for manufactured products? How does manufactured products serve agriculture to raise their productivity? And that's the fundamental question of industrialization that African countries must solve. Of course, we can learn from China, we can learn from Asia, we can even learn from Japan and learn from America and learn from Canada. But unless we ask ourselves, what is our fundamental trajectory? We reduce ourselves to cutting and paste and copy from the rest again, as we do. If we ask this fundamental question, then my last point is that we define our agricultural strategy and everything else becomes an instrument. So at the moment, we talk about industrial policy, trade policy, technology policy, finance policy. No. All those policies should become subjects, instruments for an industrialization policy. So rather than have a separate industrial policy and a separate trade policy, we should say we have an industrialization strategy in Africa which wants to transform agriculture and build domestic manufacturing capacity. And as the instruments of all those things, we develop a new trade policy to serve that, a finance policy to serve that, technology policy to serve that. And then we can confront the world and say, okay, you want to change the world, we are also changing Africa, and these are demands for reshaping the world. And let us therefore negotiate a bargain, each of us from where we are standing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I could hear you very well before. The agrarian transformation, industrialization is a mystery because you will not have sufficient domestic market to support it. It cannot just be the 1 billion Africans when they are poor. How do you first make them rich? Through the agrarian transformation. How do you make that woman who toils an acre get 20 tons rather than the current 1 ton? That should be the way to go. And I want to get to Dr. Mafumbo and first leave Pase in the middle there, just to punctuate these voices of men. They are so hoarse and people are having a meal. Dr. Mafumbo, please bring out that Castillo of the ladies and punctuate these men. They are dominating the space. with their hoarse voices. The question I really want to get from you, coming from your Department of History, Archaeology, Heritage of the famous Makerere University, if you draw on Africa's historical experience, what lessons should inform the continent's approach to trade and development? What role should African universities, researchers, intellectuals play in advancing a more Africentric trade and development agenda?
Thank you very much. The Department of History will always start from the evolution of the trade, then we start with the slave trade, and moving fast forward, I think our role as universities is very prime when it comes to providing pathways and support systems to the Africentered trade that would like to talk about. Allow me to say that I think what is very important is for us to ask ourselves the hard questions, and we must be maybe brutally honest with ourselves that the African universities or academic institutions do attract a lot of students, or many students, many good thinkers, but how well do we support them to grow? We now have one of the African Union agendas, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, where they're saying we want to have 100,000 PhDs in 10 years. And the issue is, if we have them, perhaps that can lead to development. What we want to see then is these universities and institutions producing African-specific knowledge and creating a situation where we harness what some of our products produce. I want to draw a parallel here, an example that has just come up, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. You all have heard of the youth called Chimbukushisho, is that how you pronounce it, from Zimbabwe, who has founded a microsonic energy device that pulls power straight from airwaves, meaning a few years down the road, we probably won't even need fuel for cars. So what has the university or the institutions of trade and development done to capture that information, harness it, give him the resources to demonstrate what he's saying? Perhaps that could be one way of developing alternatives, African-centered solutions to the challenges we have. I believe that the second role that we should play as institutions is really to drive value addition, which I think the earlier speakers have spoken about in terms of technology. We had a situation, we all struggled with COVID, if you recall, and one of the youngest professors then, may God rest his soul, Professor Nobel Banada, designed something that could, or what do you call it, a breather that could be used to address COVID situations. He designed machines that could produce, you call them masks. He designed ways, they designed simple technology tippy-taps. These are things where I think we need to harness. As institutions of higher learning, we need to grow this technology and advance it and really train the next generation into trade. Allow me at this point to really acknowledge the role, for example, that Siatini has played. In its economic diplomacy and training, I had the opportunity of having Siatini train some of our students who were studying abroad. And every time they came, they wanted to know, how can you improve negotiation? How can you improve trade? But the process we're using then is what we call experiential learning, is we would take the students to Mrs. Nalunga and Siatini to train them. So the question is now, is there a way that Siatini can be brought to the classroom so that you are training even at the universities, training at these higher institutions, because then you're creating a critical mass of negotiators, of mediators, of people who then can play a role in the development and finding a solution. I'm also thinking that we have, I don't know, many of you who engage with universities, we undergo what we call curriculum review. Every 5 years, we are supposed to do curriculum review. And in this, there has been an outcry that we don't teach enough policy. We don't make our students do policy work. We don't make our students come out with policy briefs. Is this something that we can work and partner with institutions like Siatini, like SEED, where some of our colleagues are coming from, to give hands-on experience to some of these people who are in the university to appreciate situations? I'm fortunate also to be in the classrooms, for example, where Professor Fred Muhumuza teaches. And one thing that he always said, can we strengthen ADB? Can we have an ADB where the African countries also have a bigger share in the resources there? Because if 40% is what is going to US, German, and Japan, how much is Africa bringing? Now, such a lecture provides the African students or the students in African universities with the reality on the ground. Someone has just talked about the women. How are we as universities reaching out? For example, the current statistics, 70% of the informal border trade, which I think even again the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Kadaga mentioned, 70% of the informal border trade is conducted by women. How are we doing research like the UN is doing to inform ourselves of how to support some of these women so that they increase their capacity, increase their trade turn, increase their trade areas and variances? How can we co-create financial instruments that support women and youth? We have a youth bulge, I think, of Africa of 75% of our population is youth. How do we create a situation or a support system or a financial instrument that can harness and support the youth to be entrepreneurs and remove all regulatory frameworks that could hinder their well-being? So the role of universities and institutions is so wide. We don't have the resources, but I'm thinking that today Siatini marks 30 years, and perhaps it can also try to lobby that governments put some more money in institutions of higher learning so that they support trade and development related courses, trade and development related inputs. That could be also another alternative. So the roles are wide, the dreams are there, but resources are perhaps very limited. And I want finally to say that I would like to piggyback on two countries. First of all, the government of Uganda now, and I think Professor Sruma knows this as our former chancellor, the university is recipient of about 1 billion Uganda shillings to carry out research under the Research, Innovation and Funding. This has helped a great deal for the university to go out and do research and find out issues that are pressing or challenges that people are facing, and that we're designing interventions. And this dissemination that comes out of this and the support that is built is perhaps creating a bit of change. The second example I would like to give is perhaps what is happening in Tanzania. The Tanzania National Microfinance Bank has repurposed its resources and is supporting and giving it a feminist approach. And they've created what they call the gender bond. And this gender bond has already been oversubscribed. Apparently, it's 197% people are willing to give women money to do trade, to do investments. And the return on investments is held and calculated for them and financial literacy given. So in a whole total sum, when you think about it, how all this then cascades downwards is through what universities and other institutions of higher learning can do in conjunction with the support of civil society and organizations like Siatini. I beg to stop here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charlotte. I think the main message is Africa-specific knowledge to be generated. Uganda just declared itself, and I'm insisting itself, Ebola-free yesterday. But we have been bothering with the Bundibugyo virus brand, but we are looking at the Europeans to come and help us on this Bundibugyo brand. When are we going to generate our own knowledge to deal with the challenges we have ourselves here? And then we can trade some of this knowledge out there and sell it. It's not just selling goods, also services and knowledge can be sold out there, and we're counting on these universities. Now, if you came with a car UAW 844J, UAW 844J, we need you to go and attend to your car. Either you forgot to close the doors or somebody has opened them. That is how urgent it is that you get to where you left your car. If the doors are open, it is possible the entire car will walk away. So please, UAW 844J. I want to almost bring this panel to a close because I'm also missing out on the coffee. They really pushed me here when the coffee counter was opening, and I'm a coffee taker. But not before I finish the two people left with me. One is Pasi Makombo, and then I will get back to Honorable Vonji to wind it up. Pasi, really, I'm looking at us engaging, having witnessed Siatini work over the many years. What key lessons have emerged from civil society, engagements in trade policy, and how can those lessons shape the next generation of advocacy and the policy influence?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I want to begin where Dr. Mafumbo left around knowledge. And the first lesson for me really is that knowledge is power. Professor Yash Tandon likes to talk about epistemology, right? Where does knowledge come from? What is your source of knowledge? And one of Siatini's greatest contributions, I think together with organizations like Third World Network and South Center, was translating highly technical negotiations into a language that parliamentarians, ministers, journalists, and other civil society organizations could understand. And this was important because trade negotiations are often presented as highly technical exercises reserved for lawyers and economists. But I think what Siatini and others sought to show was that these technical exercises are fundamentally political, right? Political choices, and asking hard questions about who benefits from agricultural subsidies, who controls intellectual property, who gains from investment rules, right? So these questions are about power and development, not simple economics. And this is why Siatini invested, I think, heavily in research, training, and dialogue. The second lesson is that civil society is most effective when it is not simply protesting, but proposing. We have to consistently advance alternatives, whether on agriculture, trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, taxation, or regional integration. and work with other partners, work with governments to develop and support Africa positions. And that is part of what I think Siatini has been doing. And then I think the final lesson for me is that Africa must defend its policy space. Now, when you look back, many of the debates that seemed abstract 30 years ago have now become real, or as the Bible would say, have come to pass, right? The struggle over trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights became a struggle over vaccines during COVID, if you remember. The debate about privatization, I think, has revived in discussions around energy and water. I mean, right now in the UK, the issue of privatization of water and energy is a hot potato. Conversations today on issues around critical minerals, I think, continue to raise exactly the same questions that were being asked years ago. So as we look forward, the next generation of advocacy, I think CSOs must become even more evidence-driven. Secondly, they must engage with the new frontiers of policy, digital trade, artificial intelligence, critical minerals. And all these should be looked at not as isolated issues, but as part of a broader development agenda. And above all, we need to invest in a new generation of African thinkers, which is why the launch of the Yash Tandon Trade and Development Knowledge Hub is a critical aspect of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Percy. Very fundamental statements here that Siatini has been engaged in. Many believed it is literally technical in terms of legal, in terms of economics, accounting, and I think that's the message the First Deputy, Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister mentioned to us. Where are these negotiators? I think Uganda is still sending more of the technical people, and yet the things are political. Trump is literally comes and says, I've increased the tariff on Uganda by 50%. That is not coming from any technical calculation. It's a political space. And you have to deal with it. Now you go and sort yourselves out. And the other key message I think that has come through, and we're having a conversation with my friend there, a lot of CSOs believe the space has shrunk. But you have given us a message. Siatini is 30 years and still counting. So is the Siatini space not shrinking? The message is propose, don't protest. CSOs should be proposing, not necessarily protesting. You protest if your proposal has not been picked, but don't begin with a protest. Your space may shrink, but the space is still very much available for civil society to engage. I'm not very sure whether you can find for me Honorable Irene Ovonji Odida, so that she can give us her parting shot. I'm beginning to wind down this panel. Honorable Ovonji Odida, if you can be found, we need your parting shot. What key message should we go with? Just one like this. And I don't know whether Andrew Mould was found or the cloud flew with him over Lake Victoria and he could not get to the ground, he only got to the lake.
Yeah, I am online and I'll try to summarize. I have been asked to speak about, the question was originally, I'll try to connect it, but to summarize as well. Africa continues to lose significant resources through illicit financial flows and inequitable global financial systems. So what policy actions should African governments prioritize to strengthen economic sovereignty and ensure that trade and investment contribute to sustainable development? I will focus on the issue of sovereignty. As I said earlier on, and others have mentioned, we're at a point of fluctuation. At a global level, there are major shifts. These shifts include the struggles between the contestation, I would say, between the Western powers led by the USA and upcoming or emerging powers, particularly around China, Russia, and I would also say Iran. And we see within that there is a fight over supremacy between different blocs in the world. And with the previous powers really from the global north, and with emerging powers largely from the global south, but not just small powers, but larger ones like China. So we see that. We also see a shift in terms of moving from certain forms of order, some call it the rules-based order, into a situation where we have overt or clear war being used as an instrument of foreign policy. So in all of this, the question is, where does Africa fit? And how is Africa going to protect, or not just protect, but actually achieve sovereignty and then protect it and develop within all of that? We are also in a situation where in the past 30, 40 years, we've seen a lot of emphasis on a neoliberal approach to development, or really to growth. So neoliberalism has been the mantra pushed by the global north, and unfortunately adopted by many African countries. So all these kind of conditionalities from the Bretton Woods instrument, this was the approach that was taken, in which government was shrunk and the private sector, and not just private sector, but largely foreign capital, was prioritized and supported through policies and investment. And so in all of this, we then saw a loss of development, a loss of infrastructure, a loss of resources, an increasing loss of resources from the global south. Now, the issue of illicit financial flows kind of runs across all of these different issues, because ultimately we have a system where resources are drained from majority countries, from the global south into the global north, and drained from majority population, citizens, to a minority, a global elite. So the question becomes, how do we prevent this? If we want to achieve development, if we want to achieve industrialization, we want to achieve the revolutions that my colleagues have talked about, where are the resources to do that? Now, the paradox in all of this is that when you look at Africa and many, global south in general, Africa, Asia, Latin America, we are resource-rich continents. Our regions are extremely resource-rich. Not only the minerals that many of us talk about, but other natural resources, whether you talk about an arable land, or you talk about water, and even the human population, even the culture, all of these are very strong. I mean, some colleagues have mentioned COVID. I was living abroad during COVID, and I still remember the talk at that time. I was in the New York area. The talk was how once COVID hit Africa, bodies would be lying in the streets like flies. That was the talk. But then we saw that African governments, but also African health professionals, were so creative, used to working with limited resources, under resource constraints, that they were able to formulate a response that was much more effective than the response in the global north. So we have a lot of wealth within Africa, but we have structures and systems at a global level, and this is why at the beginning I talked about the global economic system, that are really tailored to extract and to ensure that we are not able to develop on our own terms. So for me, looking at the way forward, I think for me, the starting point is for African countries, African governments, first of all, to realize that development is not a process that can be achieved only by governments. It involves all citizens in a country. So we need to think more in terms of states and recognize the different groups that form the state, including the population, and make sure that all of these are part of the development agenda. We must also recognize that for the past century or so, there's been massive brainwashing about how development occurs. So the role of history is really important, and I'm glad that on the panel we have a historian. It's important for us to understand who we are, who we've been, where we've come from. And I salute people like the late Sheikh Anta Diop of Senegal, who did their own research to demonstrate the power of Africa, the power of African polities in the past, the achievements done by Africans over the past centuries. For us to understand that we've done it before and we can do it again, and to lose some of the disinformation and misinformation that we have learned through the Western and imposed education system that teaches us that we're different, that we are fragmented, that we've never worked together as Africans, that we are poor. So we have to break through that and develop our own consciousness, which is Africentric, that and appreciates that Africa is resourceful, is resilient, and that what we need is to take over our own destiny and stop relying on what we are told by countries and governments that have their own agenda, which is to keep us down and continue to extract from us for their own development, for their own industrialization. So that's the kind of change that we need to make. And so one of the things I would say is, above all, investing in people, in the human beings and in human development. And that means also ensuring that as governments, there is a focus on meritocracy, because we have so many Africans, like the person mentioned in Zimbabwe, so many Africans in Uganda and elsewhere who have experience, who have expertise, who have commitment. But instead of seeing people like that appointed into positions where they can make a change, whether it's in universities or wherever else it is, we do not have merit many times. So we must, build up and invest in our human capacity, and enable our people who have that commitment to Africa and to Africentric development to thrive and flourish and be supported. We have to deal with issues like illicit financial flows, because these remove the resources, the financial resources especially, that can be used for these kind of agendas. For Africa, we're talking about probably now close to 100 billion per annum lost, because at the time we did the Mbeki report, 2015, we were talking about 50 to 60 billion dollars per annum lost from Africa. And when UNCTAD came up with a similar report in 2020, they were already talking about 88.6 billion lost from illicit financial flows. So there are resources, but these resources are being drained from the continent, and not only drained through the typical things that are presented to us, like corruption and so on, and crime, but we found, and this is what UNCTAD also confirmed, that 65% of the losses through illicit financial flows are through commercial practices, through tax and trade abuse. So commercial practices by multinational corporations, conglomerates, the ones coming in as foreign direct investors, quote unquote, and who are supported and enabled in the free economic zones and so on by our governments. So we really need to disabuse ourselves of the notion that development is going to be brought by foreigners. Development is going to be brought by citizens. And we also need to get away from that theory under the neoliberal model that the government, the state, has no role to play in development. That's not how it works. There is no country that has developed that way. So these are some of the things that the changes in approach, I would say, the changes in development models that we must adopt in order to have economic sovereignty. And lastly, let's appreciate, as has been said by others as well, that this is a political issue. They are beneficiaries, the people who benefit from the current system, and these are the ones who set the rules. So the governance, the decision-making on how the rules are structured is critical. And for Africa to play a role in this, we must continue and strengthen what we started in spaces like around international tax, tax negotiations, in the WTO. I remember when I was in Yala, how we worked as legislators together with Siatini and other organizations to build this interinstitutional trade platform within East Africa that brought together the trade ministry, the legislators, and the civil society, and the different stakeholders, farmers, and so on, so that we collectively would agree on an agenda for trade in the WTO processes. So we must know that this is a state agenda. There are states that benefit and have benefited for the past 500 years. Yes, slavery, colonialism, neocolonialism, neoliberalism, and moving forward, they benefited from a system that supports their interests. So we need to come together and organize across Africa. So building from East Africa to Africa and platforms like that. So spaces like that we already have, like the AU, need to strengthen, to play a role in bringing together African countries and ensure that African countries negotiate collectively. We must also look at how Africa connects to other regions. For example, Latin America and the Caribbean have already got a tax platform that brings together the countries of that region. How does Africa strengthen this within Africa and then connect to regions like that to build progressive negotiation agendas around international taxation and international trade and all the different pillars of the global economic system? Sovereignty is not going to be handed to us. We have to fight for it. And to fight for it, we need to have people who are committed to this. So for me, the starting point is investment in human resources committed to Africa, who are no longer thinking in the neoliberal lines, but who are understanding, actually analyzing how other countries have achieved development and understanding that there are certain pathways that contribute to development and certain pathways that ensure you continue to be extracted from, and then build the structures around that, and then the policies, because policies without people to deliver them will not achieve anything. So overall, I believe it can be done. There are countries, as I said at the beginning, like in the Sahel region, already beginning to work on these kind of agendas, but it needs commitment, it needs leadership, and it needs investment. Thank you.
Program, or maybe 3. We've been here for an hour, me and my panel, so we definitely have to go away. Apologies that we have already made you miss singing the anthems. They are not sung after 6 p.m., which is coming very close. That we must apologize. The other apologies, you may not be able to engage in the Q&A, but it's going to continue during the cocktail. You can approach any of these individuals, including yourselves. Let's keep the conversations going on. And I'm going to be handing back to Herbert. But I think we have qualified for a photograph. Us who have been in front of these people for 1 hour, that record should be kept, not just in their eyes, but also on the record. My fellow panelists, thank you very much. Those claps were for you. I'm sure they will be louder when Herbert comes in. Let's stand here and have a photo. Up or down? Down, they say, because the man himself is not able to raise his hands beyond. Thank you. Thank you very much for bearing with us.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the panelists. And another one, if it's not too much to ask, for the moderator. Thank you so much, the panelists, the moderator, and Dr. Muhumuza is not any moderator. He's Dr. Muhumuza. So we received really much more than from any moderator, and we thank you for standing with us and being in solidarity with us at all times. Thank you, comrades. I would like, before I guide on the next session, we are getting to the tail end of our program, but I would like to guide that first, there are so many distinguished stakeholders that joined us online, and I'll do the recognitions quickly. We have Ms. Helena Bank. We have Dr. Boniface Mabanza, Honorable Fatuma Ndangiza, Dr. Martin Luther Monu, Ms. Samantha Hungrives, Ms. Lillian Alex, Ms. Vahini Naidu. We have Dr. Theo from Afrodad. We have Mr. Vivek Tandon. We have, of course, Professor Yash Tandon. He also joined, together with Ms. Nidhi Tandon. And we would like to once again apologize to our key note speaker, who is Dr. David Luke, who we cut short in the middle of his presentation and keynote address. It was so unfortunate for us, but we had to observe protocol. And I know this video will be in the archives. He will stumble onto it any other time, and he will be able to receive our apologies. But also in our midst, we were joined by Ms. Agnes Chirabo, a former board member of Siatini, but she also continues to work closely with us, especially under the umbrella of the Food Rights Alliance. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stop there for now, but we recognize each and everyone who has honored our invitation, and we will continue to recognize those that continue to join us. I would like to quickly, the media team is ahead of me, and I like that. So there is this book, which was published in 2002. It's titled Towards an Alternative Development Paradigm. I know the word paradigm might not be commonplace to most of us that are non-students of development, but I associate closely with this word, especially given the great insights and mentorship I received from Professor Mwambusi Ndebesa, who was my former lecturer. The word paradigm really featured so much in our studies, and what I would like to emphasize here is that Siatini started the quest for alternatives and also thinking differently and interrogating issues way back. It's 24 years since this book was published, and we have reprinted it just to bring back the insights from Professor Yash Tandon, who is the author of this book. So we decided to reprint it just to really bring back those great insights, because when Siatini embarked on this journey, it started the journey with Third World Network Africa and other organizations. But the current times have exonerated us. What we warned the world about is playing out. So what we'd like to emphasize that as Siatini, we are big on alternatives. We do not just challenge for the sake of challenging. We do not criticize. But what we do is we put alternatives on the table to really salvage the situation at hand, but also to ensure that we anchor everything in Africa-centered solutions. And I would like, if you allow me, to read just one or two lines from this book. Just two excerpts from this book. One is number 9. I know each of us will get a copy, but I would like to request my colleagues to distribute some copies. Number 9 is realism demands avoiding recklessness. And Professor Yash Tandon warned us, and he cautioned us, don't poke fingers in the eyes of the empire, for the empire will crush you. In other words, avoid getting into an Iraq situation, but passive submission to the empire allows the empire to crush you anyway. He further says, there can be no genuine partnership between the empire and the colonies. That kind of partnership between the fast truck train and the people lying on the tracks. Don't defy recklessly. Don't submit passively. So we can ponder about, upon all that. And I know the pondering can go on, and we can access all these copies to ensure that we benefit from the insights of Professor Yash Tandon as a public intellectual and the founder of Siatini. Without further ado, I'd like to request Professor Mwambusi Ndebesa, who is a member of Siatini Board of Trustees, to deliver a special, to invite Professor Ezra Suruma to lead us into the next session, which is launching different initiatives. But also Professor Ezra Suruma has a message from Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, which he will deliver. And later we shall be able to launch the different initiatives. And lastly, I would like to recognize Dr. Viola Mpangwire, who is an ICT consultant to the President attached to State House. Thank you. A round of applause as Professor Mwambusi Ndebesa makes his way.
Good evening, comrades. I've just been invited to do a simple function here to invite Professor Ezra Suruma to come and make his speech, but which was supposed to have been done by Ndugu Rugunda, who is engaged somewhere else. But maybe to mention one thing, since today we are talking about alternatives. Alternative development paradigm, so that we don't have only one paradigm dominating. Professor Suruma is currently presidential advisor, but before that, he was the chairman of University Council, Makerere University. But before that, he was the Minister of Finance and Planning. But before that, I think he was the director of Uganda Commercial Bank. But before that, he was also teaching at Makerere University. Before that, I don't know what he was doing. But on a more serious note about alternatives, President Museveni, the president of Uganda, has been publicly mentioning that he made a mistake during the discussion about alternatives, where Professor Suruma was proposing, I think by then Minister of Finance or working in the Bank of Uganda, I think before that he worked also in the Bank of Uganda, he was proposing that certain strategic sectors of the state or parastatals should not be privatized. But the president did not listen to that alternative. So what I am talking about here is that there is a need to listen to different alternatives, and then we make a conclusion. We make a choice after we have listened, but we should listen, not just hearing. There is a difference between hearing and listening. You can hear somebody talk and you don't register the impulse in your head. You get it? Listening is that you listen, you hear, and register the impulse. So there is a need for listening to the African voice in terms of alternatives. And in this case, people were talking about economic sovereignty. Agnes Chirabo, who was here, could talk about food security and food sovereignty. And I heard my student here, Dr. Karunji, talking about knowledge sovereignty or epistemic sovereignty. We need to listen to different alternatives, but to listen to different alternatives, we must offer alternatives. Are Africans ready to offer alternative pathways in the 21st century? Siatini is poised to do that, and that's why it is going to launch today. I'm not the one launching. I think Professor Suruma will launch, to launch alternative, to launch schools. One, to deal with, as a knowledge hub, to have at least an alternative knowledge, epistemic alternatives. And another one is about, I think, skills, to skill Africans to negotiate with these other world powers. On that note, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Professor Ezra Suruma to come and give his speech on behalf of Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda. Professor, you are welcome to give us the alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Professor Ndebesa. Sorry, it's a pleasure to find you in the room. I'm always happy to hear your words, your wise, or sometimes radical words. The Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga has already left, but Professor Yash Tandon, I think, is online. Professor Tandon, it's a great pleasure to be with you today. You are a great friend, and you are the founder of Siatini. Thank you so much. Professor Ambassador Nathan Irumba, Chairperson of the Siatini Board of Trustees, the moderator of this important occasion, the Executive Director, Management and Leadership of Siatini, Dr. Luke, who spoke to us earlier, distinguished members of the high-level panel, representatives of government, representatives of embassies and diplomatic missions, representatives of regional and international organizations, development partners, members of academia, civil society, the private sector, and the media, current and former staff members of Siatini, but I think here we should have surely the Board of Trustees of Siatini and board members, in addition to the staff members. And I'm trying to follow protocol because I am representing Prime Minister Emeritus. I don't want someone to go and say, you know, Professor Suruma did not follow protocol when he went to represent you. I'm trying to be so distinguished guest. It gives me great pleasure and honor to join you today as we commemorate 30 years of the Southern and Eastern African Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, Siatini, and celebrate its remarkable contribution to advancing Africa's voice, agency, and influence in global economic governance. Now, the speech is a bit long, but I'll do the best I can. At the outset, allow me to congratulate the leadership, Board of Trustees, management, staff, partners, and supporters of Siatini for reaching this important milestone. 30 years of dedicated service is a significant achievement and a testimony to the organization's resilience, intellectual contribution, and unwavering commitment to ensuring that Africa has the knowledge, capacity, and confidence to define and pursue its own development pathway. Now, somebody talked about 1996, when Siatini was founded, and Professor Ndewesa has just talked about my having problems with privatization. Actually, in 1996, I was fired as Chairman Managing Director of Uganda Commercial Bank. Now, why was I fired? Had I failed? Oh, it's quite the opposite. I had succeeded in making the bank profitable, had succeeded in making it liquid. At that time, Uganda Commercial Bank was the largest bank in Uganda. It had about half the deposits of all the banks. And I had left my job as Deputy Governor of the Bank of Uganda to go and revive that bank, because the World Bank and IMF said it must be sold because it is not profitable and it is not liquid, it is insolvent, so it should be sold, should be privatized. And I said no. And I fought in Washington, and I came back with a lot of mud on my shirts. And you can imagine leaving your job as deputy governor to go to the bank, which you are actually supervising. And I remember the Honorable Minister of Finance, Mayanja Kanji, may he so rest in peace, calling me. I said, Doctor, I said, Musao. He used to call me Musao. Well, why are you doing that? You're going to become the next governor. I said, sir, let me go and see what I can do. So against all advice, I left and went to UCB, Uganda Commercial Bank, 1993. And the story is a bit long. I have published a book, Advancing the Ugandan Economy, actually published in 2014. But we have now a new version, a second edition, which the initial version was published by Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C., when I was a distinguished visiting fellow there. But now, their book, their version was almost 200,000, a copy. And very few people could afford it. I struggled with them to allow me to produce a local version. And now this one is 50,000. You can buy it from Aristoc. Some of these stories are there, and they are worth reading in the vein in which we are talking about the struggle for freedom, for economic freedom. So, 1996, after turning around the bank, after closing 100 branches, after firing 1,000 people, after putting my life on the line, one of my friends came in the night and said, where are you planning to live? He said, no, my friend, you'll not be able to live in Uganda if you continue like this. So I put my life on the line, but the bank was turned around. But after it was turned around, the World Bank people, high delegation came to my office, and I told them the work was done, the bank had been turned around, it's now profitable. You know what they told me? They said, now it will fetch a better price. You can imagine the heartbreaking experience that was. Now it will fetch a better price. And indeed, I was fired. And the bank was sold. So I'm just giving a taste of I think the reasons why organizations like Siatini were coming into existence. I think recognizing the kind of struggle we were involved in. Some of us, I came in as an academic. I joined the Bank of Uganda as an academic, as a professor. I had not had a taste of the actual warfare of the battleground. And it's a battleground in which we are involved. I wish to particularly recognize Ndugu Ambassador Nathan Irumba, Chairperson of Siatini Board of Trustees, the Executive Director Management, and the entire Siatini family, including current and former staff members, whose dedication, expertise, and commitment have built and sustained this important institution over 3 decades. As earlier stated, institutions are built and sustained by people. Siatini's journey reflects the collective efforts of many individuals who have contributed their knowledge, energy, and passion to advancing Africa's economic transformation agenda. The achievements we celebrate today are therefore a result of years of commitment, sacrifice, and service by many who believed that Africa must have the capacity to understand, negotiate, and shape the global systems that affect its development. I think that most of what is here has already been said, and really if I have to go through it, it is very long. So I'm going to beg leave of you all to give some few remarks that I have learned from listening this evening, and I hope that Honorable Gunda will not say I will never send you again, because you never read my speech in full. Now, Yash Tandon, Professor Yash Tandon, the book which I had participated in one of the sessions, I think I saw myself on the platform with him. The title is Trade is War. And I think the message is clear. We are at war. He has not hidden that fact. But many of us behave as if issues are simple. They are not. And I'm glad Mr. Kafero read that small piece, number 9. Don't put yourself before the empire. If you expose yourself, you'll be exterminated. That's how serious it is. I am alive by the grace of God. I think if it was not for the grace of God, I should not be around. Because these matters are very serious. But while we are at war, we have to be aware of the dangers and act appropriately in order to survive. But in war, you are not only trying to survive, you're also trying to win. Because if you don't win, you end up dead. Now, behind trade, there is actual economic activity, production. And I beg your leave to say that we can't sell what we don't produce. And currently, I think the biggest problem we face is unemployment, especially of the youth. So we need to produce more. And of course, the assumption is that we'll be able to sell what we produce. And the idea behind the parish model and so on is to bring the entire economy into the monetary sector. But I want to take the opportunity of my being here to say that one fundamental problem that we face is a problem of money. When there is a problem, the complaint is that we don't have money to solve the problem. Why are we not employing these young people? There is no money. But, and I want to challenge Siatini and others, which comes first, money or production? That's a hard question to answer, I know. Because we teach in elementary economics that you need land, labor, and capital to produce a product. So you can say you need all three at a go. Except that when we say capital, many people think of money, but actually capital is, of course, equipment and machinery and infrastructure. So the model that we are using for increasing trade has to take into account whether our people are actually engaged in production. If your people are idle, if the youth are idle, who are 50% or 70% of the population are largely idle, I don't think you can solve the problem of trade, the problem of the economy, through trade alone. So I have attempted to devise a model, a digital model, in which the community, the people, everyone in the community who is an adult, who is able-bodied, can be a member of a cooperative store, and whatever you can bring to the cooperative store, whether it is firewood, whether it is water, whether it is bricks, whether it is stones, anything you can bring, you get credit, but it's not currency. You get digital credit. You have an account, and you get credit for what you have brought. And that credit enables you to buy whatever else you want from the store. So within the community itself, we can increase trade. But the increase in trade is coming by first increasing production, increasing employment. Now, it's simple, but at the same time it is critical. I'm trying to say the biggest brainwashing, somebody talked about brainwashing. I really liked that. I think it was the last speaker, Irene. She said there's massive brainwashings going on to fulfill foreign agenda. What could be worse brainwashing than to make you think that without money you can't eat, you can't produce anything? That is the worst kind of brainwashing. We have been eating for centuries and centuries. When I was deputy governor, I was chairing the committee for printing money. And you say, unless I print money, people will not eat? What kind of nonsense is that? But we have been brainwashed to that extent that we think without money, there is no economy. Money is just a medium of exchange, a method of exchange. We can exchange our commodities digitally simply by keeping accounts at the cooperative store without ever touching money. As long as I have credit, and now even in America, I used to belong to a certain store, a big store. I never used to, you have a card, and you take that card and you get what you want. In fact, when they see you carrying a lot of money, they become suspicious. Why are you carrying so much currency? But for us, we are saying the other way around, that the more money you have, the better off you are. We are forgetting already in '87, everybody had money and there was nothing to buy. I remember we were going around carrying bags of money. The money was so heavy, but there was nothing to buy in the stores. They were empty. So I'm just bringing this as a challenge, and hopefully in line with Siatini's thinking, changing our way of thinking. We are at war, and if you continue to want to wage war according to the enemy's instructions and information, you'll be wiped out. Banange munterere mungaro. Now, when I was in school, in university, I studied business cycles. The point about business cycles is that there are periods when you have a good harvest and everybody has food, And there are periods when there is hunger and there's very little food. The economy moves in cycles. There's prosperity followed by depression or recession. And this is true everywhere. No one goes in a straight line in terms of growth. So you're up, down, you're up, you're down, you're up. But fundamentally, we are taught the causes of cycles, of fluctuations in economic fortunes of people, families. There are exogenous factors and there are endogenous factors. The exogenous factors are coming from outside. They are outside our control. Rainfall, sunshine, dryness, war. These are exogenous factors. Epidemic, you're talking about COVID. These are exogenous factors which come and we don't have control over them, but we have to adjust ourselves to see how we can survive them. And then there are endogenous factors, like how many hours am I working during the day? Like, can I get rain and irrigate my small garden so that my coffee can improve, or I can improve my yield? So there are some things which are within our management and control, and there are those which are outside. Now, I would like to suggest that we really work hard to at least manage the endogenous factors well. We may not be able to control the foreign factors, but if we are managing our internal production well, our employment well, our education well, maybe we can still have a significant impact of our economic development. Because I think I'm saying this because I think there's a tendency for us to be overwhelmed by the external environment, by the global forces, which are so big. And I'm not trying to minimize the global forces, the external factors. No, not at all. If there is no sunshine, there's too much rain or floods, of course, it will affect us. But hopefully it will find us ready, like the earthquake which came to Japan yesterday. But they were saying that the Japanese have carried out a kind of construction which ensures that even when earthquakes come, the destruction is minimized. And indeed you can, I think they're talking about 30 people, I don't know how many they are now, who could not be reached yet. But when you compare with what happened in Venezuela, the difference is huge in destruction. So I'm saying our endogenous, our preparation within, in terms of developing within Uganda, within Africa, an economic system that has some strength within the resources available to us and is not totally dependent on outside trade and outside influences and outside factors. I think that's important. So, because we have to balance the two. And sometimes we get a bit overwhelmed. I was involved in regional discussions at highest levels for many years, East African integration. And we said one of the chief problems of integration is sovereignty. each country wants to reserve its sovereignty. Sovereignty over its currency, sovereignty over its economic policy, sovereignty over its tax policy and tax revenue. And so trying to get countries to agree was difficult and continues to be difficult because they are not willing to give up their sovereignty. Even when ideas we put forward were really beneficial to everyone, clearly beneficial, still giving up that sovereignty became a very, very difficult problem. So there is a limit how much we can influence matters outside our country. That should be very obvious. So I'm saying that let's try to balance both internal policy making and management of the economy vis-a-vis the external influences. Okay, I'm involved in foreign trade, I export some commodities, but sometimes they say, oh, your quality is not good, we don't like your goods. What can I do? I have no control. Of course, I'll make sure that next time the quality and checking and is done better. But we have to balance the external with internal issues. Finally, I don't remember, one of the panelists complained, and I agree with them, about foreign capital being prioritized. It's a very hard thing because surely the empire, the West, is a capitalist ideology, and capital is the driving force. And so we find ourselves here being surrounded by foreign capital, and they are controlling our banking. This is not simple. And yet we know without capital we can't produce. I hope I'm not making a crime by admitting this. It should be fairly obvious to everyone. So, we have to find a solution. How do we access capital that's affordable, that's accessible? So many times when people have come to me and said, I've been banking with such and such a bank for 20 years, now I needed 20 million and I can't even see the manager. And I say, go and see so and so in microfinance. And they go and they get the money. So the issue of access to capital is a big problem. It still is. But maybe I'm just pointing at some of the, because Professor Tanon says that we are at war, and I better stop there because if I continue, I may get in problems. I'm privileged that Honorable Gonda asked me to represent him. There are many issues that enduring questions like who defines development, whose knowledge shapes public policy, whose interests are reflected in institutions that govern the global economy. These are huge issues, but they've been touched on. And so, allow me to congratulate Siatini on this remarkable milestone and wish the organization every success as they embarks as it embarks on the implementation of its strategic plan from 2026 to 2030. On the next paragraph, we are supposed to launch, but I think I need guidance.
So we have organized right there. We're going to start with launching the strategic plan, which is the first here. Then different initiatives. We have videos that will play here. And I request I'm going to guide. I'll invite different people to come.
So can I go? Do I need to be here?
But I wanted you to conclude. Just
Well, it's time to officially launch the various projects, and I would like to, on behalf of Honorable Ondugu Rugunda, to thank you for the opportunity to address you and to wish Seatini great success in the years ahead. It's not easy, but I congratulate you on your survival. And through accumulated wisdom, I'm sure that you'll continue to survive. 30 years from now, we shall be coming for 60 years of congratulating you. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ezra Suruma. He deserves really a befitting round of applause. Thank you so very much. So allow me to guide briefly. We're going to launch various initiatives, including the Africentric Trade and Development Policy Academy, the Yash Tandon Trade and Development Knowledge Hub. We have the Seatini Africa website. We have different other initiatives I will not unpack now, but I would like to request the Board of Directors, Seatini, the Board of Trustee members, Board of Trustees, to make their way here to join even the former board members of Seatini to make their way here for this really special moment. I would also like to request that our partners join us for this. We have so many partners. We have Oxfam, Climate Works Foundation. I mean, so many partners, I cannot, but all partners. If you've worked with us and you would want to work with us, especially on these initiatives, please make your way here. And I know the photo moment will not leave those prospective partners behind. I know we've been triggered, tickled. If you've been tickled, please make your way here for this photo moment. Diaconia, Youth for Tax Justice Network Africa, Third World Network Africa, Comrade Pasi Makombe. In fact, if the space allows, why don't we all come to the front? Because the list is endless. I can't exhaust it. As you make your way, allow me to unpack briefly the initiatives. The anchor of this, of all these initiatives is the strategic plan, which is under the theme Advancing Africentric Alternatives for Equitable and Sustainable Development. And it will be implemented from 2026 to 2030. So we will be launching the strategic plan as the anchor of all these initiatives. Please, I request our partners consent. And comrades in the struggle, including former comrades in the struggle, Mr. Kawoya Frederick, I see you, former Seatini staff. I'm sorry to burden you once again, but I'm requesting that you make your way here. This is our thing. All these initiatives are ours. You've contributed to this over the years. It would only be right to be part of this. Professor Kilian Songwe, please. Dr. Charlotte. We appreciate the higher institutions of learning as really strategic partners for Siatini. Mr. Kasilie, Samuel, please. Dr. Africa Chiza, please. Miss Emily Mwebaza, please. The list is endless. I request, because this is not a photo moment, but we're going to cut the ribbon to symbolize that. We're going to maybe to have this down so that we save you the trouble of coming up. And I'm sorry to bother you, Professor. I request that you step down so that you join. We will carry this. Yes, we're going to carry, Professor. It's fine, it's safe. Thank you so much. Comrades, some of us can be up. Some of us can stand and, you know, be on this platform. Photography, we are losing priceless moments. Lens Media team, this moment comes once. Let the team be deployed here to organize as the photographer does his work. He was doing a double function, organizing and taking photos. Thank you. So, please. Siatini staff, Comrade Tete. There are suggestions, media team, that congratulatory songs are there. Do we know any? Please play any you know. So the time is now and the moment is now. I request Siatini Executive Director, please be close right there. Siatini staff, comrades, we count from 5 to 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I request the media team to prepare the videos for the next, but the strategic plan under the theme Advancing Africentric Alternatives for Equitable and Sustainable Development has been launched. I think we can hold it a little bit up to symbolize, you know, the launch. The men, my strong men at Siatini, now is the time to prove that you are strong. If you could hold it so that you don't cover the distinguished, you hold it from behind. We don't want to see you, we want to see what you're holding. ED, I request you get closer to, thank you. You are confused. You are confused. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. So now the next one is the Yash Tandon Trade and Development Knowledge Hub. It's right there at the front. We've talked a lot about alternatives, Africa-centered knowledge, and now is the time for us to have a repository for all that knowledge. The information, insight, expertise that has been shared here is going to have a home. So the Yash Tandon Trade and Development Knowledge Hub is the new home for the knowledge that we have amassed here and the knowledge that Siatini has amassed. And there is a navigator on the projector. You might not turn there now, but immediately after the photo moment, I will request that we turn to view the demo of the Knowledge Hub. And so this moment is priceless. It comes once, the launch comes once. We've launched it. But to symbolize the launch, the ribbon has to be cut, and we can count 5 up to 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Knowledge Hub has been launched. Thank you so much. We can turn our... Thank you so much. The photographer, have you captured what you wanted? Thank you so much. So we can turn our eyes to the screen. Can we replay it to start from where it starts? Thank you. Before you go, let's turn to the screen for 1 minute so that we appreciate what we have before us, and we welcome any feedback. If you think the job can be done better, then we will learn from you. Thank you so very much. We have the Siatini Africa website. Could you also relay the footage for the same? So we also have a cake. Before you go, I request the strong men at Siatini. They confirmed to me that they are strong, and they will carry the cake without getting it down on the floor. Let the cake get to the center, and if you feel that it's too heavy, alert us. It needs to be lifted at once, not one side being lifted. We appreciate you. We truly appreciate you. We appreciate you. Don't lose it. Not now. Not now. Not now. Not now. Staff, the opportunity has been granted to the Siatini staff to cut the cake. Current and former, this is our moment. Current and former Siatini staff. Current and former Siatini staff, please make your way here. Current and former Siatini staff. Okay, the Siatini family, the bigger Siatini family, please. I'm sorry to say former. At Siatini, we never say former. Comrades, I think I deserve to be part of this picture. Thank you. Comrades. If you hear the music playing, do what you need to do. If you like the song, please do something about it. Thank you so much. And the evening is upon us. Whatever the evening demands, please do it. The food is ready, the bites are ready, and the wine is before us. Thank you so much. Media team, give me a minute. Comrades, there are many serving points, and I don't need to point the serving points because you can see people going there. Comrades, just make your way. Make your way to the serving points. And on a lighter note, we don't have an ambulance. We don't have an ambulance. So please take what you can afford, especially the drinks. And we wish you all the best. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation and for gracing this very important event. Thank you. Departure will be at leisure, but Serena Hotel has accommodation. You might choose to stay. Thank you. I am back. I'm sorry to nag you. I request the Siatini staff, please make your way out. We take a family picture, and then we will take with the rest of the stakeholders. Siatini staff, I request Comrade Owen, mobilize the team. Comrade Owen, mobilize the team. If you've heard me, Siatini staff, make your way outside. Siatini staff, including Carol, including Shinaz. Siatini staff, please make your way out.